Good morning, everyone.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Since nobody's answering.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the last day of our conference. We are starting with a talk by Zukiswa Wanner, who is a woman of many talents and achievements. She won the Goethe Medal in 2020, is an author, editor, publisher, and curator. And for any further information, I refer you to our brochure and want to have as much time for your talk. So the floor is yours. Before that, I would also again like to welcome our audience on Zoom and encourage you to type your questions and comments in the Q&A section.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It sucks being short, huh? When my first novel got published in 2006 and I started thinking of myself as a writer, I decided to quit my full-time job. I like challenging myself with the oddest things. Call me stupid, and for that reason, I still find it insane that the Einstein Forum decided to invite me to give this address among so many brilliant thinkers. But here we are. At the time my first book got published, my son was 17 months old, and I was single parenting. But I deliberately quit my day job and gave myself 10 years to see whether this writing thing could work. In a country, on a continent, where whenever I tell anyone that I'm a writer, and everyone says, cool, but what is it that you do for a living? I wanted to see whether I could professionalize writing in particular, and art in general. I believed that to do this, I needed to make it my mission in life to write literature that made Africa relatable to ourselves, that made people who read my work, that made people who read books I recommend by Africans who said, literature from Africa cannot be fun, cannot be love, cannot be this or that. I wanted them to realize literature from Africa could be this or that. Whether it was genre or literary fiction that was not acknowledged enough despite the stories not being didactic. Please note, my mission then was to Africa, and if the world found it appealing, well and good. But we're not going to have anyone else decide what our excellence was, who we were, as has been the case for so long. I wanted to be part of a narrative where we saw each other, where our stories mattered, primarily, of course, in literature, but also visually, in dance, in music, and so forth. As I was about to give up 10 years later and get a day job with 4 novels, 2 children's books, and 1 satirical work of fiction in December 2016, the then director of the Goethe Institute in Nairobi, Nina Vickman, asked me what I would want to do with and for art if I had a modest budget. It was a fun, friendly question to have over dinner and drinks. If I had even the modest budget, I answered, I would want to pair literature in another art form and see what can come out of it. A few weeks later, she called me and asked me to send her a 1-page concept note from our conversation. And something called Artistic Encounters was born. And it ran, and it was fun, with some new artworks made between writers and musicians, writers and visual artists, writers and performance art. In Nairobi, in Johannesburg, whenever I presented this, people looked at the written word differently. Reading was no longer, if you read too much, you'll go mad, but more, oh, stories. And we would have gone on this way, having fun. I wanted to up the tempo a little, and in 2020, when I planned it, to have it all as a festival. But then COVID happened, and suddenly I had to think differently. Think in upheaval, if you will, with a little help from my friends. It started as something rather random. Our countries were on lockdown and we needed to find a way to keep ourselves entertained and keep literature in people's mind. And in an early morning conversation with my writer friend Abubakar Adam Ibrahim, that first Friday of lockdown, in a few countries, we decided on an online literary festival, Afro-Lit Sans Frontiers, African Literature Without Borders. 16 writers, 16 panels, 8 days. And bonus, because one of the 16 was a full professor in addition to being a writer, a virtual green room. It was supposed to be a once-off event. The festival ran for 6 months in 2020. The virtual green room once a week gave us sanity. It gave us clarity. It gave us an education about countries we thought we knew but did not know, about people we thought we knew but did not know. For those of us in the so-called Anglophone world, the green room opened our eyes to literary practices in Lusophone and Francophone Africa. At first, and then after the killing of George Floyd in the United States, a wider perspective of not just Africa, but its diasporas, thinking in upheaval. Perhaps for the first time, I began to understand and practice what the late Ama Ataidu meant when she said, for us Africans, literature must serve a purpose, to embarrass and fight corruption and authoritarianism. The last part of the quote reads, it is understandable why the African artist is utilitarian. I disagree with it, and believe that by the time she left us last month, Ama Ataidu herself would have disagreed too. Indeed, my disagreeing with the last part was a key part of why I started writing and why I started the festival. I wanted to show that literature from Africa was not, as people often thought, utilitarian. It had wit, it had sex, it had crime, and the best of contemporary literary artists did not sacrifice art, so to be didactic. But the earlier part of that quote is also what I found myself doing more and more of, proudly, unapologetically. For us Africans, literature must serve a purpose, to embarrass and fight corruption and authoritarianism, solidarities. Because if there is any literary parent I relate to more than anyone else, it was the late Ama Ataidu. Although she's from that geographical African space that a bunch of Europeans decided belonged to one European country and then another back in 1884. Hello, Berlin. She has always considered herself a Pan-Africanist. Having stayed in what is now Ghana, Kenya, Zimbabwe, among other countries, she made the whole of African continent her home. And so, during lockdown, her words resonated with me, with the writers I was with in the virtual green room, with other writers from across the continent and the diaspora. For us Africans, literature must serve a purpose, to embarrass and fight corruption and authoritarianism. 25th May 2020, Africa Day. 57 years after many of the first African presidents and prime ministers, independence parties formed the Organization of African Unity, and now African Union. A man whose skin color resembled mine was choked to death in the United States of America, George Floyd. In the green room, we're collectively in pain and we decided we would do something. We wrote a letter of solidarity because our pens were the only weapons we had, the only voice we have, as insignificant as some may consider literature to be. And as we drafted the solidarity letter, conversations with our brothers and sisters from Lusophone and Francophone would open our eyes to what we thought we knew, but we did not know. Police killings of Black people in Brazil, random arrests in France. The stories came, the letters were published, the questions kept coming. Why didn't you include? Why have you been quiet about? And so we spoke when we could. We questioned the African Union on their silence on what was happening in Angola, in DRC, in Zimbabwe, in Ethiopia, in Nigeria with the End SARS protests, and. But also decided that perhaps our leaders were ignoring us, like all political leaders in the world, because the alternative would be off. The possibility that our readers did not read, the horror. Or maybe they read and decided they'd managed to successfully ensure that the rest of the populace did not read or listen so that no one would listen. Solidarities. Because even in the worst of times, without being utilitarian, art must still live to tell the tale. So from lockdown, we see collaborations between two of the biggest genres of music right now, Afrobeats and Amapiano. We see exciting collaborations in film across the continent. We see it with theater performances. Post-lockdown, we see translations of literary works between Lusophone and Francophone and Anglophone African countries by people from those countries without waiting for their former colonial masters to state what is significant in literature from those countries, what is worthy of being translated. Solidarities. While having conversations with people from Africa's diasporas and speaking to each other in the global south and seeing a common humanity in each other, in spite of the biases that we've been raised with about each other, we're realizing, as Bassem Tamimi once stated, that our common enemy is the military-industrial complex and capital. On a continent where the average age is 19.6 years old, where our political leaders have set up something called the African Continental Free Trade Area, but continue to look west or east for solutions that can easily be found at home if they bother to look. Artists are collaborating across Berlin borders in a beautiful way. Ishmael Beya from Sierra Leone, Virgilia Ferrao from Mozambique, Abubakar Adam Ibrahim from Nigeria, Angela Makolwa from South Africa, Jennifer Nansubuga Makumbi from Uganda, Fiston Mwanza Mujila from DRC, Yara Nakahanda Montero and Onjaki from Angola. Writers from the African continent, from Lusophone, Francophone, and Anglophone Africa, whose names you may have heard or may not be familiar with, have collaborated with visual artists Shafiq Manzi from Rwanda, Michael Soy from Kenya, Ntombe Pintobela from South Africa, musicians Prudent Katomeni from Zimbabwe, Zubs the Last Letter from Zambia, Seretse and the Natives from Botswana, actresses Yusara Campbell from Sao Tome and Principe, and Maimuna Jallow from Gambia. Their works have been translated in one exhibition currently showing until September in Zurich, into two other so-called colonial languages they may not be in by Edwige Dro from Cote d'Ivoire and Sandra Tamele from Mozambique. And the works are all hosted by a Brazilian literary journal, Uniperiferous, online, with an edited Spanish translation. That's 20 African countries and one diaspora represented in one small exhibition in Zurich, Switzerland, right now. And all the writers were part of an online literary festival that happened during the pandemic. That this exhibition is happening in Zurich, when each of the 20 countries mentioned actually has a Ministry of Arts and Culture with annual budgets, is an indication of the utter failure of governments. And I only bring it here now, not because I haven't said it on any and all my multiple homes on the African continent, but because our political leaders seem to pay a little more attention to criticism when it comes from a platform from the global north. Solidarities. On a continent where the average age is 19.6 years old, artists have found each other and are leading the way in collaborating, while our political leaders who founded African Continental Free Trade Area look east or west, never within. We see each other, we work with each other, and we make it work, despite our governments, in spite of our governments, sometimes to spite our governments. And we do that because on a continent where for so long what seemed to matter most is what's said by BBC, CNN, AFP, and AP, we have the internet and have a voice. We do that because even though sometimes the less informed can shout out and drown those who may not, who may know because they cleverly write 280 words on Twitter, there's a semblance of dismantling a hierarchical system. And I often think that those who really want to avoid fake news or know can always find a way to know it. I'm Zukiswa Wanner, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very powerful start for the day, and I think maybe added a little positive note to the negative and pessimistic views on the internet we had. So I ask for your questions and comments. Yeah. Karin, please.
Well, thank you very much. And I feel very encouraged when I hear what you say. I was before director of the Nordic Africa Institute, and in 2010 we organized a book fair in Gothenburg, or together with the Gothenburg Book Fair, and we invited, I think there were 77 writers, journalists, children's book writers, and I think we had representation from about 34 African countries. But before we organized this book fair, we were criticized because we called it Africa. Africa is not a country, was the criticism against the whole theme of the book fair. I think the criticism disappeared after the book fair when they saw the sort of the multiplicity of voices. And the reason was also that we said, who can tell us more about Africa than those who live and write about their country? And when asked, whom do you write for? Many writers said, I write for the world. Because of the internet, they could reach out to the whole world. They were not confined to Africa. And another problem which came out of the discussion was that there are very few publishing houses in Africa publishing African writers. So many of them had to turn to publishing houses in Europe to get their texts published. So could you say something about the development since 2010? Has the situation improved, or is it more or less the same, or is it worse?
I certainly think that it has improved drastically since 2010. And in 2010, I think I was on my third novel. But yeah, drastically. It's not just South Africa, but you know, we've got Mozambique. Offhand, I know publishing houses in Mozambique, in Senegal, in Angola, in Nigeria. And it's not, for a very long time, people were publishing for schools, but now people are actually doing trade fiction and nonfiction, which is very exciting. I'm actually part of a group called Book Farm Africa, and what's exciting about it is we have, I think, over 200 people in the group, like booksellers, publishers, you know, literary activists. And what's interesting about that group is how when a book comes out, it's able to go to different countries. There's also an initiative in the group where sometimes, because books are bulky, because books are difficult to carry, because there are all these regulations across the borders, instead of sending a book across the borders, publishers are collaborating with each other, and they get something published, where they send, if they need it in Ghana, they send it to a Ghanaian publisher, and the Ghanaian publisher gets it, you know, printed and gets it in Ghanaian bookshops. So it has certainly improved. Can it improve more? Of course, it always can be better. Lenny.
Thank you so much for your lovely talk. I'm Lenny Bernardo. I'm curious, you didn't use the term Pan-Africanism. You talk about solidarity. And I wonder if you distinguish between what had once been conceived of an all-African movement, but very much at the level of the material, political economy, once upon a time, the notion of Pan-Africa, from the kind of solidarities that you are experiencing and maybe promoting today. And if you could distinguish between the once upon a time Pan-Africanism and African solidarity today, and as just a sub-question that maybe we don't have time for, the sort of voguishness around what's often called Afrofuturism or Afro-pessimism. To what extent, in your estimation, as a cultural product, is this a Western form of writing? To what extent are there origins on the continent itself? Thank you.
All right. I think let me start with the last one. You know, one of the people that I mentioned is of the writers is Virgilia Ferrao from Mozambique, and you know, with people like Mohale Mashiho, we've got people like you know, so Shadrach Chikoti in Malawi. So there are quite a few people. I don't know whether they, because I haven't written in so-called Afrofuturism, what you call it. So I don't know whether they call it that, but certainly there is, you know, this form of writing, and I don't think of it as Western because it plays with imagination, it reimagines another world, but it also does not discard the type of things. It brings in a little bit about the past and seeing how to own our narrative. As far as Pan-Africanism is concerned, I actually did say, yeah, I did. But I think it's a different one, even politically. And politically in that when we had NSAS protests happening in Nigeria, when we had Sidangarembo being arrested in Zimbabwe, you know, people were actually loaning their voices. So for the longest time, the politicians set the narrative of what Pan-Africanism was, and which was really, you know, we're going to be in solidarity with each other and nobody can question us anything and stuff. But what is happening now is we're seeing civil society on the African continent saying, you know what, we are not allowing you. We see what's happening in Kenya, we'd like it to happen in Malawi, we'd like it to happen in what you call it, you know. So I think in 2017, for instance, when the Kenya judiciary decided that they were going to say that the elections had been messed up, that made a difference, and I think it led the way for Malawi to do the same later after the elections. Prior to that, people were sitting there, you know, I was talking about it earlier with Femi, that prior to that, people would just be like, oh, okay, you know, there's a line that I was telling him of how you had African leaders who would say, you know, when people say to them, oh, by the way, you know, they'd say, okay, we're gonna do this in the next 5 years, and they'll be president. They've been president for the last 5 years, and you say, well, you know, how do you know you're still going to be president in the next 5 years after the next election? And then they would say, have you ever seen any election that we can't win? You know.
Glenn.
Thank you very much. My name is Glenn Most, and thanks for a wonderful way to begin Saturday morning. This is a really great wake-up. I have an observation and a question. The observation is that I think that in many regards the pandemic did not so much change the world as rather accelerate developments that were already in place, certain developments. One of them is the opposition, the tension between internationalism and nationalism. If there was one international phenomenon, it was the pandemic. It was a virus sans frontières. But the health systems that tried to deal with it were all nationally organized, and that created all kinds of problems and led to many millions of deaths that wouldn't have happened otherwise. In that regard, the Pan-African international collaborations that you're working on are an expression of the recognition of the importance of internationalism, which is also connected with the pandemic. my question is, did the pandemic have any disadvantages for you?
For me personally, no, but there were a lot of disadvantages for a lot of people on the African continent, certainly. For people who are doctors and nurses, people who worked in the healthcare industry. There was, for people who were, because understand one of the international NGOs love talking about people who live on less than $1 a day or $2 a day or whatever. So you have a situation where for a lot of people, because there aren't as many jobs, for a lot of people, what they do in the morning, you know, and I wrote about it in German newspaper SC, and you know, I had the privilege of being in my house and saying, okay, we're not gonna go anywhere, we're all right and stuff, and you know, and I could do things online and I could do some work online. That is not the average person, you know, so I am very privileged in that way. There were women outside my door, outside my gate, and because I stay in an estate, there were women outside my gate who would come, because in a lot of African cities, there's always an informal settlement that's next to a rich area, almost as though the informal settlement is there to serve, really, and that's what it is, to serve the rich area. And so in the mornings, I'd wake up, and if I went and I looked, these women were outside, you know. And what they would normally do, their normal lives prior to the pandemic, would be waking up and they go to the gate, and then the women in the estate and the men in the estate will call them to do their laundry, to clean the house. But suddenly there was this pandemic and people were like, oh, we can't bring people in our house. Despite the fact that on the African continent, it seemed very much like the pandemic was something that affected more the rich people, you know, and, you know, a lot of people died, obviously, like across the board, but it was the rich people who first really, when you think about South Africa, it was somebody who'd gone on a tour and then they came back, they were tourists, they came back to South Africa and then passed it on to their domestic worker and so forth and so on. But now you had these women and they couldn't then get an income because nobody wanted them in their house. And so in such a situation, you start wondering, you know, what happens when the poor decide to eat the rich? And that's the question that I posed in this article, and it's a question that I posed in a WhatsApp group that I was in with some women in Nairobi. And what then they did during that time, which was absolutely, which is, you know, to show certain solidarities, beautiful solidarities, was these women in this WhatsApp group. One of them, you know, they started contributing. There's somebody who had a shamba, and they said the women can come and get cabbages and kale and stuff from their field. Another one, you know, had they started collecting money and they were giving like meal and stuff, and they'd come every week without fail. But interestingly, also there's a reader from Germany who sent me an email and said, "Oh, you know, I saw what you wrote, and I've been talking to my friends, and we would like to help." And until lockdown ended, this woman, her and her friends would collect money every week, and I would give it to these women. So it was those international solidarities that I saw, you know, that were beautiful to see, you know. But yeah, personally, I think I didn't have any disadvantage. If anything, maybe in a twisted way, it was an advantage for me because suddenly the world was silent and could kind of see me and my loudness.
Thank you. Susan.
After that quite moving story, I feel a bit awkward going back to the cultural level. But I'll do it because that was what I was thinking about when listening to your presentation, and Glenn's right, it's nice to begin the morning with some good news. I was thinking about the dilemma of the Einstein Forum once the pandemic came. Our team had decided sort of towards the end of 1919 that our mission statement, which was being set all, yeah, it's a funny story, you know, it was being reprinted and this is what the ministry said and that it was really boring and academic and it doesn't reflect who we are, and we were going to write a new one. And so I think the staff met like 6 or 7 times and worked out every word, and basically the tenor was, yeah, the internet is nice, but it's no substitute for coming together and having real conversations. And our deputy director, Martin Schott, came up with the great one-liner. The Einstein Forum is, there's a nice word in German, Geistesgegenwart, presence of mind, okay? And so we had finally finished it, and we're about to go live, and the pandemic hit. And actually, at first I said, perhaps overly hopeful person that I am, it's not going to last that long. We're not going to, everybody else is going online. We're not. This is, after all, also a research institute. We can take, you know, a month or 2 and, you know, do research. And then, well, of course, we went online like everybody else eventually. And you know, clearly it was a necessity at that time, and clearly, God knows I don't want to knock the virtue of being able to connect with people who simply couldn't, you know, from financial reasons or whatever, get from one place that's far away from another. So we all know that. But I'm just wondering, so first of all, has your festival gone on? Do you plan to go on in IRL, in real life? What kinds of differences do you find between the analog and the digital? And just what are your further thoughts about that? I get the advantages, but I wonder what the...
Okay. Well, it really didn't go on because we have other festivals, but it went on in a different way as something called Virtually Yours, but this is where I just have a conversation with one author, you know, once a month, and we give away books and stuff like that, you know, which is fun. People log in and they can ask the author question, but importantly, they know they can get a free book anywhere on the continent, you know? So, and we just ask the publishers, please make sure that you set aside 5 books, and these are the addresses of the people who've won, and they sent the books, which is really cool. So there is that, you know. And of course, I'm seeing Zoe back here and Pippa Waldschmidt, and, you know, when we actually, like at the end of 2020, we actually had it as a festival called Virtually Yours Literary Festival, and it was a lot of fun. We had German writers and African writers, and it was, you know, we had a lot of fun with it. Yeah, so in a way it's been wonderful, but also, you know, so I first met you last year, right? I'd known her for a very long time, but I first met her last year. So there is the other advantage of virtual, because there we we're doing exciting things, we're co-curating this festival together, and we'd never met. And so that was exciting. And you know, I like the idea that you know, obviously the physical is nice, but sometimes you cannot always be able to be, Dominic will tell you, the hectic way he had to send me documents so that I could get my visa and stuff and everything. And sometimes it's like, is it really worth it? Can I just go online? You know?
Totally worth it.
Well, that's a good. Describe what the differences are. I do get the advantages.
Yeah.
But I'm
So-
trying to articulate what the
Well,
differences are.
yeah. So, I mean, the disadvantages, of course, is, you know, a virtual green room can never beat a real green room because you have to buy your own wine in a virtual green room. But there's also just sometimes we miss a lot of nuance when we're not physically present with somebody. You know, like what you see on the camera is not always. I could be wearing pajama bottoms and you know and slippers and stuff. So and so we miss a lot, and so obviously it's kind of you know when I meet people, you know, there's a certain warmth, and so to me, I've got people that I know. I don't call them friends until I've seen them. I might do stuff with them, but you know, we haven't broken bread. So there is that physicality thing for me, and a lot of it has to do because I grew up at a time where people greeted, where they hugged, and sometimes you just want a hug from somebody, you know. So yeah.
Okay, last question goes to our current Einstein fellow.
Thank you so much, Zukiswa. This is very wonderful. And I just have a very quick question about the mission that you mentioned, that the missions of these artists is to embarrass and fight corruptions and totalitarianism. So I just wanted to maybe invite you to say more about this mission. So do you see this kind of resistance or reaction intrinsic to your identity as artists? Or do you think that this is more specific to the current situations that a lot of artists find themselves in Africa? Like how intimately linked with these two, the artist identity and resistance?
I think what happens, you know, I always say to people on the African continent that one of the saddest things is how ministers of culture do not actually understand how powerful they are. You know, they always think that having that job is a demotion. But it's the most powerful ministry. Because can you imagine if instead of having a speechwriter, a minister of culture said, oh, every month I've got 5 events that I'm attending. I'm going to get 5 writers to write 5 speeches every month and whatever, about this and this and this and that, you know? And then over a year, you have all these writers in your corner. They will criticize you because that's what art is supposed to do. But they'll be like, oh, this is the person who looks out for us. You have, you know, fashion designers in your what you call it, and you say, I'm going to wear the stuff that is locally made by our artists, and you walk around. You go to the theater a few times, and you turn up, and they're like, oh, okay, because you see a lot of culture ministers think that only art is music. But you go to the theater, you go to gallery openings, exhibitions and stuff and everything. That would be very powerful. And the reason it would be very powerful is because artists have a voice. A lot of people look at artists and they say, oh, this actor, this musician, this dancer, it's the reason why so often, which sometimes maybe it shouldn't happen, but so often when artists disappoint people, everybody's like, oh, and you were such a role model for my child. And you're like, why did you need me to be a role model to your child? Why couldn't you be a role, you know? But there it is, you know? So because they have that voice, because when artists speak, it's then quite important, I think, to when you see an injustice happening, to be able to lend your voice to it, to question truth to power, because I think we are more powerful when we question that power, when we question ourselves as well, you know. So I do think there is a certain level of, I don't know, I personally, other people obviously can do it, but I personally don't really believe in art for art's sake. I think that ultimately, but again, as I mentioned before, it doesn't need to be didactic. I can, and so part of the reason why I chose the 8 writers that I chose, you know, selected, their texts talk about very different things, you know. One is about a village, a mining village, and how somebody, that's Ishmael Bayer's book, and how the government is, you know, prefers the lives of capital over citizens. But it's a beautiful story. What's at the center of it is a story. It's a beautiful story. It's saddish, but it's a beautiful story. And so that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I wanted stories, and I want to see those type of stories. I want to see, another one is a crime thriller about a woman who dies, who has a heart attack, you know, and dies while she's in bed with her lover, and the lover is an illegal immigrant, and so now he's like trying to figure out, how do I make this happen? What am I going to do with the body, you know? And what are we going to say to the husband? So it's those little things. But at the end of it, part of the problem is this guy, this lover, when he has this problem, the biggest problem he has, in addition to being an illegal immigrant, is because he's been seen by the security guard. And the security guard is like, oh yeah, these foreigners, they're taking our women. They're taking our jobs, because of course women are taken, they don't have agency. But you know, but it then is bringing the question about patriarchy. It's bringing the question about xenophobia. It's bringing whatever, but it's crime fiction. Yeah.
I was a bit too fast. We have 2 more questions. I think we're so good in the timetable that we can take them. So Dominic. Or online, I don't know. Is it your question or?
This is my question.
It's my question. So, your question. Sorry.
So,
yeah.
you mentioned the average age of Africans being an astounding
19.6.
66.
It's a very young continent.
This is an impossible question to pose, because I know that you only have your own experiences, but what kinds of attitudes have you encountered among younger Africans about their own future? What kind of currents? I mean, is there a vision for a future? I mean, not just among writers and artists, but you know, other youth that you encounter. Or is there? I mean, there's a lot of reason to be resigned and to be cynical, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a mother to an 18-year-old, so I've got a lot of, quite a few of my son's friends and my nieces and nephews who are about that age. And, you know, I was telling one of my friends that for the longest time I thought I was young and I was cool and I was hip. And I realized the reason that I know the language is because my child is that age. I'm not that young, you know. So there is, it's interesting really, because there is a certain level of cynicism towards government, but there's also, which has been very interesting for me to watch, there's also an attitude that we're not going to let you do certain things to us. You know, so there's a bit of a pushback that I see. You know, I saw it with the Roads Must Fall protests in South Africa, and I think we keep having them, the Fees Must Fall protests, every now and again. I have seen it I've seen it with the EndSARS protest in Nigeria. I have seen it, you know, you know, I've seen it in DR Congo, you know, when I've been there every now and again. I've seen it very defiantly done in Angola, you know. I was telling somebody yesterday that one of the most beautiful, you know how they have flyovers? One of the most beautiful things that I saw in Luanda, and I thought, my God, every city needs this, is there's a flyover and then there's this metal bases underneath the flyover. And these guys in a low-income area decided that they were going to set up library and use that public space as a library, you know. And so you've got these publishers in Angola that on the weekends they go to this place and they sell books on discount to the people from the low-income area. Of course, they sell it more expensively in the rich areas, but here they sell it lower and stuff. And people have access to literature, which is very exciting for me, you know, as a writer, but also as a reader, you know. And I thought, oh my God, I'd love to see this in every city. But it was beautiful use of public space, and it's done by young people, you know. So it's like, okay, you know what? You can ignore us, but you cannot ignore us, you know. We're going to do these things regardless.
Okay, well, finally, I think it's worth mentioning because during the COVID year 21, the world's most prestigious literary prizes went to African writers. The Nobel Prize in Literature to Abdul Razak Gurna, the Peace Prize to Tsitsi Dangarembe from Zimbabwe, the Booker Prize to a South African, the prestigious Portuguese prize, I don't remember the name, went to a Mozambican writer, and the most prestigious French prize went to a writer from Senegal. So if that had to do with the COVID, I don't think so, but it just happened the same year. Thank you.
In fairness, I actually got to know a lot of writers from Francophone and Lusophone because of that. Not that they hadn't been writing, but I didn't know them until then.
So, okay, Ashmanda, you've got the last question. We have time for one more. And then we go into the coffee break.
You spoke so beautifully, so I really want to read your books. No, just taking on a little bit from what you just spoke about. Africa being even younger than my country, our average age is, every second Indian is below the age of 25. You're saying they're probably below the age of 20.
Yes.
A crisis that I observe in much of the world is that we're creating a world where young people just cannot look to the future with hope. So you saw them sort of creating hope, but is the world giving them hope? I mean, how does an African young person look to her future?
You know, it's a question that I personally battle with every time. You know, I was telling my son that the other time I said I kind of feel we didn't fight enough for your generation. You know. I kind of feel that we betrayed you in a way, but I think as long as we have breath, we can continue to find a way to redress, you know. So maybe we who have a voice, we question, we push back, we educate.
Thank you very, very much. Please join me. Thank you. Thank you. We'll have a coffee break and we'll reconvene at 11:15, so right on time.
We will then have a shared Q&A session after their presentations. The first is David Van Reybrouck, who writer in Democracy and Colonialism, and he'll be talking about a new form of colonialism that has been made possible or enabled by climate change. And the second speaker, who will go on right after him, is J. Henry Fair, photographer and activist, and the author of these wonderful photographs on the walls of these rooms and in our building. And he'll be talking about his series, On the Edge, and he'll be, in addition to talking about the photographs on the walls, he'll have new ones that will be presenting as well. So let me first welcome David Van Reybrouck. Yeah.
Thank you for these kind words, and thank you, Susan, for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. As a Zeitenwenden is a moment of uncertainty, I have two speeches with me. One comes from the year 2024, the other one from 2053, and I will start with the last one, which also happens to be the longest. So, good morning, everyone. It is such a delight to welcome you here in New York to the Global Assembly 2053, the 20th of its kind. We have accomplished so much in just 20 years' time. We have worked on the world's remaining carbon budget. We have found a mechanism to redistribute it fairly among richer and poorer nations. We have come up with solutions for damage and loss. We have fought against global climate injustice. We have done so much to make the world more just, more safe, and more sustainable. But our most important result is perhaps something that did not happen. We have helped to avoid large-scale violence between the countries most affected by climate change and the ones most responsible for it. As a colleague of mine once said, you did perhaps more for global security than the Security Council. And now, today, it is your turn. Here you are, another group of 10,000 people drafted by lot from the global population to represent the global population. You are not diplomats or politicians or scientists. You are the world in one room. You are the many dreams and aspirations of that world. You have traveled from all continents to be here in New York, from the biggest city to the smallest village. And you represent all generations and genders, all religions, spiritualities, and classes. You are so many cultures and languages. And this diversity is your riches. The whispers of the many sound better than the voices of the few. So, as chairs, we are deeply grateful to welcome you all here. May your stay at the UN be fruitful. May the world benefit from your collective wisdom. Look around you. Look at the back of the room. Hundreds of journalists are expecting so much from you. The eyes of the world are on you. Over the next couple of days, you will get to know each other. You will have plenary sessions in this assembly hall where experts will come and talk about this year's topic. And from tomorrow on, you will move to breakout rooms for smaller group discussions in a variety of languages with simultaneous translation. By the end of this week, you will come back here to vote the resolutions you have proposed. And just like the resolutions from the Security Council, yours will be number 2, and they will enjoy the same status and authority. No participant or group of participants, however, will have a veto power, as you are not here to represent your country or any other interest group, but the global population as such. Once more, you are the world in one room. This is a forum where the world can speak as the world on the problems of the world. And today, I know it is hard to imagine what efforts it took to get this global assembly going as a permanent body within the United Nations. Some of you might remember the extraordinary campaigns of the late 2020s and early 2030s. A heroic battle it was. Yes, in the 2020s there had been many hundreds of successful citizens' assemblies on the regional and on the national level, with participants drafted by lot. The OECD had documented them. They actually have. By then we had come to realize if you give a random sample of everyday people time, information, and authority, they typically come up with sensible, coherent solutions, often much faster than party politics can. Brazil, for instance, had done pioneering work on participatory budgeting. South Korea had asked citizens what to do with nuclear energy. Ireland had thus obtained new legislation on same-sex marriage and abortion. France had thus advanced on euthanasia and assisted dying. And the German-speaking part of Belgium, the tiniest federal entity in Europe, had taken a huge step to become the first democracy in the world where the elected parliament was flanked by a permanent citizens' council drafted by lot. An example that was soon followed by Paris and Brussels. This is where we stood in 2023. But taking this development to the UN and doing it on a global scale was quite another pair of sleeves. Let us not forget that the United Nations organization was never set up to serve as a global institution, only as an international one, in the most literal sense of the word, international. In between countries, a form of cooperation between countries with only a slight degree of formal commitment or obligation. And after World War II, this felt like more than enough. Of course, the world had been ripped apart by international conflict, so international cooperation was the thing to do. And the UN had to succeed where the League of Nations had failed, maintaining peace between countries in a post-war world, a mission we all know it has fulfilled with variable degrees of success. But by the 2020s, it became clear that an updated version of the League of Nations would no longer do. Conflict in the 21st century could still be traditionally international, as the war in Ukraine painfully made clear, but the biggest conflicts were henceforth global. Climate change, biodiversity loss, ocean acidification, and the many other transgressions of planetary boundaries that had been so scrupulously documented by Johan Rockström and his colleagues at the Potsdam Institute for Klimafolgenforschung, just a mile away from here. This was no longer about humans killing humans. This was about humans killing the planet. Or more precisely, this was about parts of humanity killing parts of the planet while accidentally killing other parts of humanity too. So this, dear friends, was the predicament we found ourselves in. Man-made planetary hazards were threatening so many lives, yet the tools we had to tackle them were deeply inadequate. We had to solve the crisis of the early 2020s with the governance model of the late 1940s. If the world had been compared to a country back then, its government would have consisted of a conference of mayors. Now, no wonder local concerns prevailed. As long as global questions were solved by national stakeholders, parochialism triumphed. 50 years after the report of the Club of Rome, we had gotten nowhere. Absolutely nowhere, despite increasingly alarming reports by scientists from all over the world. And even in the face of a foretold planetary collapse, national sovereignty remained the alpha and omega of international cooperation, a dangerous misconception. No wonder the United Nations General Assembly each year in September, here in the same city of New York, increasingly felt like a hollow ritual, dancing on the abyss, only to be followed by the annual COP in November. However, calls for a truly global governance that went well beyond sloppy forms of international collaboration They had been voiced long before, and not by the least. Ever since Immanuel Kant made the case for a Weltregierung, similar arguments had been advanced by authors like Friedrich Nietzsche and Bertrand Russell. Even Albert Einstein developed a practical model for a limited form of global governance to avoid the destruction of the world. 2 years after the end of World War II, he called for, quote, the formation of a supranational security system, end quote, that would lead to, quote again, a world government authorized to provide security, end quote, by greatly reducing the chances of atomic war. And he was absolutely right. But how come it took so long before anyone asked the same for climate change? Einstein suggested that the representative to this transnational organization, quote, must be elected by the people in each member country through a secret ballot. Well, we all know that none of you present here today is an elected official. On the contrary, the Global Assembly brings together every year 10,000 everyday citizens precisely without a political mandate. Einstein was right when he said that, quote, these representatives must represent the people rather than any government, which would enhance the specific nature of the organization, end quote. But in 1947, when Einstein wrote his paper in The Atlantic, virtually nothing was known about sortition or the random selection of citizens for office. However, in the year 2023, a book came out, I have it in my back, that had been written in the late 1980s by the Oxford classicist Maurice Pope. And Maurice Pope, although he couldn't find a publisher in his lifetime, when it was published posthumously, readers discovered a visionary chapter on the future of global governance. I quote, unfortunately, the United Nations is the creature rather than the master of the sovereign states that compose it. It is not a house of representatives, but a diplomatic rendezvous. And as an alternative, Maurice Pope pleaded for a global assembly drafted by lot that would represent the world population. And he realized that the prospect was distant and the practical challenge immense, but he nonetheless concluded with the following words. A forum of this kind would make for peace far more than one where government representatives make propaganda speeches. There is no other institution in sight that can offer any kind of promise to cure group rivalries, national, racial, religious, and ideological, that so dangerously divide humanity. But by the time the book of Pope was published, things had begun to change. For instance, in December 2001, a first attempt at a global assembly was realized in Lille, France, and it was called the Assemblée Mondiale des Citoyens, that brought together 400 participants from all over the world, an embryonic parliament of the planet, as they called it. In 2015, at the eve of the Paris Climate Conference, a process called Worldwide Views let more than 10,000 people in 76 different countries talk about climate change and energy. But the most ambitious attempt in this direction took place in 2021, when an organization called the Global Assembly brought together the world's first random sample of citizens. It was just a group of 100 everyday people, a very small number. And they included 18 people from China, 18 from India, 12 Anglophones, etc., all according to global demography. And this group discussed collectively online over 20 sessions across 12 weeks for a total of 68 hours. And together, they wrote the People's Declaration for the Sustainable Future of Planet Earth, a document, an incredible document that was presented at the COP26 in Glasgow. The citizens of the world endorsed the Paris Agreement and called for more equity, education, and the criminalization of ecocide. And they concluded with the following article: actions on the climate crisis must be participatory, enabling people at all levels to contribute to decisions on climate, particularly groups from countries least historically responsible for and most affected by the climate crisis. So here we are now. From 100 we have moved to 10,000. We were at a crucial junction in time back then in the 2020s, but luckily wisdom prevailed. Today we know that we can't solve global challenges without global tools, and that we cannot decide for the people of the world without involving the people of the world. Dear participants, as chairs, it is our great honor to officially call the 20th edition of the Global Assembly in session. That was my first speech. But this is a Zeitenwende. Things may go very differently. Next year, we may hear speeches like the next one. Dear friends, good night. Here you are. You made it to Niger. You made it to Agadez, the last stop before the Sahara. Look to the north, only sand. Look around you, only men, thousands and thousands of young men like you, a sea of men. You have traveled from all over Africa, on lorries, on camels, on slippers. I am so proud of you. You made it. Some of you have died on the way. That's sad. But we all know getting here was the easy part. This is just the beginning. There is more than 100,000 of you here tonight. Welcome. Sons of Africa, let me tell you, you are the future. You are young, you are brave, you are strong, and you are so many. Your countries are the richest on earth, and yet you are so poor. Your families are starving. Your mom is crying because she can't feed your little sister. Your dad has to eat crickets and mice. Your brothers sleep on the ground and drink water from ponds. How is this possible? Let me tell you, it is not your fault. For 350 years, Western traders have come here to steal the best and the strongest of your ancestors and sell them across the ocean. That was not your fault. After that, they have colonized your land. They have stolen your ivory, your rubber, your trees, your copper, your tin, your diamonds, your gold. Man, that was not your fault. And after they were gone, the big steal just went on. They came to take your oil, your coltan, your hydrogen, whatnot. They came to take your dignity. Your richness became their richness. They had iPhones. Your Nokia was not even charging. That was not your fault. And it was still not over. After they stole all your stuff, the West is now producing and consuming like crazy pigs. That's it. They go here, they go there, they have a good life with their swimming pools and their electric cars and animal rights and gay prides. They don't care about you. Why would they care about you? They don't even care about God. They think they are God. They are so arrogant. Their big mouths don't know whether ours is shitting. That's it. But let me tell you, they are shitting on Africa. Yes. If your fields are dry, if your harvests are miserable, if your wells are empty, if your goats are so meager that they die, it is because of them fuckers in the north. It is not your fault, friends, but it fucking is your fate. The hurricanes in Mozambique, the famine in Madagascar, the floods in Pakistan, the disappearance of Bangladesh, you didn't cause them, but they are killing you. Sons of Africa, your misery is caused by the West. Your great-grandfather was a slave, thanks to the West. Your grandfather broke his back as a miner, thanks to the West. Your father was poor and died young in the city, thanks to the West. Your mother wasted all her life on the market, and then she died of COVID, as all the vaccines were in the West, until they got almost expired and they were sent to Africa. Your big brother wanted to eat a small part of the big cake in the West, a cake that was baked with African ingredients, but before he got there, he drowned in the sea. Your cousin made it to Italy or Paris or London, but no cake there. All he got were angry looks, passport checks, and police brutality. Sons of Africa, I know your blood is boiling. I know it. I feel it. My blood is boiling too. We Russians, we always hated this. We were always against slavery, against colonialism, capitalism, and imperialism. We have always been on your side. We hate the West as much as you do. We hate the West even more than the Islamists do. I'm glad they are here too tonight. I am glad they joined our ranks. They are serious, God-fearing people too, and they are good fighters. Brave sons of Africa, it is not your fault, but it definitely is your duty now. Get up, stand up, stop fighting each other. As long as you have civil wars, the West can sleep. Forget about your governments. They are only running former colonies, and they are bad at it. Forget your governments. Forget your countries. Africa unite. I am proud you joined the Wagner militia tonight. Tomorrow we will start our training and hand out weapons. Next week we will start our march for justice. We will go north in lorries and trucks. We will walk across the sands. We will arrive at the beaches. We will have hundreds of boats waiting there. Good boats, proper boats, not some rotten rafts or inflatable dinghies. We will sail north in good boats. We will cheer as we jump on their beaches. We will laugh as we enter their villas. We will yell as we take their teenage daughters with their tank tops and their AirPods and their pouting lips. And we will not take everything, just a little bit. Just to steal back from what has been stolen is not a crime, it's justice. And here at Wagner, we defend justice fiercely, always. Be a good fighter, and I'll be a good leader. Don't fuck around. If you ever have a problem, come to me. Just call me Yevgeny. And now, return to your mats. Get some food. Grab a hot dog. Get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. I thank you. And I thank you.
It is. You can take.
Yes, I saw.
This one. You need electricity? No.
Well, that's a hard act to follow. I have pictures to show. My name is Henry Fair, and I'm a photographer. Well, a storyteller with film and photos. It's such a pleasure to be back here. So many thanks to Susan and the staff at Einstein Forum. It's after those years of COVID to be in a place where, oh, I hate amplification. Oh, but I guess we're recording this, so it must be. After those years of COVID, it's such a joy to be once again live, because we are humans, and being live, being connected, being personal is what we do. That's what makes us human. Good. So we've got video, which makes us human. Miles Davis, one of my many heroes, always wanted to look to the new. He never wanted to look back at his older work, and of course Miles changed music multiple times in his life. So following that model, not aspiring to such greatness, I will show you new things and tell you new stories, because I can't bear to look back at my old stuff. So I might stumble a little bit, but I hope you'll forgive me. I'm working on a project which will tell a story about slavery, about the environment, and about times of great change. I'm from the south of the United States, from Charleston.
It's a water city, and it was also the entry port for 40% of the enslaved people coming into the USA. For me, this is a very personal story because as a white person from Charleston, inevitably I am descended from people who owned slaves, and everyone in Charleston is somehow related to this story. Humans amaze me, right? We do this, we can create art which is unbelievably moving. We can do this, we can create technology which can extract these resources upon which our consumptive society is based. The question I must ask is, can we save ourselves? So, I'm going to tell a story about, as I said, slavery. And I find that stories are the way we humans transmit history, learning, information. And so I'm going to tell an action-adventure story, a military story, to give these messages about the environment, about slavery, and about Zeitenwenden. We're unquestionably in this time of great change, and history can be such a good lens to view the present and try to understand what we're going to face. So this is in fact a story about the American Civil War, which was the first modern war, and no one really understood what they were going to get into. Yeah, and it was the first war with modern weapons, and the suffering and death was staggering. Brothers killed brothers. The South entered into a war with the North, which, if you think about an agricultural nation declaring war on an industrial nation, it doesn't seem so smart. So, this film I'm showing you will be the backbone of the exhibit which I'm building, which will tell the story, this action-adventure story. It's a story about a military raid guided by an amazing woman named Harriet Tubman. Americans all know who she is, Europeans might not. She was a woman who freed herself, who escaped from slavery, went back and freed numerous other people and was a big part of the Underground Railroad, and then went and did something even more amazing, which most Americans don't know about. And this is a story called the Combahee Raid. When we talk about slavery, of course, it's usually a victim narrative. And in thinking about what my next project would be, I wanted to change that narrative to be one about heroes. Because in fact, it's a story full of heroes. Harriet Tubman is, of course, the most spectacular hero, and you'll see a picture of her in a minute. But in fact, this military raid, which goes up this wonderful river, was also with 150 men who had just been freed from slavery. So when the South declared, so for those of you who don't know this history, the United States in the 1860s was in a terrible conflict, and it was all about slavery. The South, which voted as a bloc, insisted that the new states in the United States must be slave states. The North said, this is a really reprehensible institution. In the interest of the Union, we're not going to argue with you. You can keep it down there, but we're not going to allow it to come into the new states. And it was, in fact, a pitched battle. There were bloody battles in Kansas and the new states, even west of Kansas, as they came into the Union. So the South declared war on the North by attacking Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor. Again, how smart was it for a military to be, for an agricultural nation to declare war on a military nation? But I attribute it to the arrogance of wealth. Charleston at that time was one of the wealthiest cities in the world, thanks to our rice, which the Europeans craved. And so Charleston was making tons of money, drinking a lot of alcohol, and perhaps not thinking too clearly. So the rice barons, as I call them, and I'm going to establish a parallel here, so bear with me. These, by the way, are pink roseate spoonbills, which had never been seen in South Carolina until the 1990s. And this will also relate to what I'm going to talk about later, which is climate crisis and nature responding to our changing of the world. This is, interestingly, a landscape made by hand. The men and women that created this landscape, the enslaved men and women, did it by hand. It's akin to the creation of the Great Pyramids. If you can imagine, the rice agriculture is quite complex. And this is an area where the tides flood in such a way where you can create valves to flood rice fields. But it entailed the making of absolutely level rice fields, which is a staggering accomplishment. Anyway, this is Charleston. You can see it's surrounded by water. It's a wonderful city. I would highly urge you to go there before it disappears. And as I said, it was wealthy because of rice. And rice depended on slavery. Now, the more I research slavery, the more I find that the whole world was involved. Yeah, between the people who traded, who sold the slaves in Africa, the people who brought them to America. This is actually a roundhouse, a brick roundhouse in the middle of a rice field, because those slaves were valuable property. And they locked them in this essentially hurricane-proof structure overnight. And those men and women who created, and again, the shame, I want to change the dialogue in America about slavery. The shame goes to the enslavers, not to the brave men and women who braved these water moccasins in the making of, under the whip, in the making of those incredible rice fields, which, by the way, have become very valuable habitat. It's part of the legacy of slavery and rice. And as I'm telling this story, I'm going and talking to descendants, the man on the left, and talking about the enslavers, the man on the right, and trying to build a story. How do we tell a story that happened 150 years ago when we can't photograph what actually, we can't take any pictures of what happened? This is a painting of the Battle of Port Royal, which was basically when the South declared war on the North, their strategy was, okay, we have to blockade those ports so that the Southerners can't sell their rice and cotton to Europe and thus cut off their money. So they decided to take Beaufort, which is Susan and my favorite town. And that happened in the Battle of Port Royal. When they did this, there was a refugee crisis because those plantation owners around Beaufort fled, leaving all of these enslaved people who were suddenly free. They rushed into Beaufort. Harriet Tubman came down to deal with this refugee crisis. She was already a rock star based on her work with the Underground Railroad. So, Tubman comes into Beaufort, and she starts to minister to these people, these refugees. She couldn't even talk to them because she's from Maryland. Her language, her dialogue, her dialect was completely different from the Gullah Geechee dialect of this region. But they trust her because she's also black, and she starts to gather intelligence. I have an interview with her descendant in which her descendant says that she received a posthumous medal from the US military, and the general that awarded it said, modern spy work is based on what Harriet Tubman did in the Civil War. And what Harriet Tubman did was collect information about this river, about the rice fields on this river, because this was right next to Beaufort, and the arrogant Southerners were still, my forebears, were still growing rice because they were making so much money. And this wealth makes us arrogant. Yeah, and the parallel I will draw is between the carbon barons of today, who show the same arrogance of wealth. And I think it comes from Calvinism, this idea that God rewards the worthy, and if you are worthy, if you've been rewarded, that means you're better than everybody else. So, this is the river. They did it at midnight. They went up this river, and we can't imagine today taking paddle wheel steamboats up this river under the full moon, no GPS, no depth sounders. And again, we come back to what did Tubman do? We don't know who came up with the idea of this bold raid. But Tubman, we know, did the spy work. She recruited the river guides, and that was essential. The river guides who knew this river. Interestingly, one of them was one of the bastard children of one of the plantation owners. Imagine guiding the raid which would free the slaves on your, what's the word for bastard father? Anyway, on your father's plantation. I love it. So what they did, they started in Beaufort, and again, these are paddle wheel steamboats. They moved at maybe 5 knots, 6 knots. And they went out into the Coosaw River to the mouth of the Combie and up the Combie River up to the Harriet Tubman Bridge at Combie Ferry. Now this is, and I'm not going to show you much of it because you won't understand it. One of the things, we have one first-person account of someone who was freed in the raid. So I hired an actor as one of the elements of this coming exhibit, which will open next spring in Charleston. I hired an actor, and I took him into one of the rice fields and filmed him reciting this first-person narrative of someone who was freed in the raid. He speaks, the actor is an expert in Gullah, the dialect of the enslaved people in this region. So probably you won't understand it. In the exhibit, of course, we will put Untertitel. Oh, we don't have audio. Do you have audio here? Sorry. What's that?
Coach says it's working. It's working. Try again. Try again. Yeah.
Oh, it should.
It should just run.
The people.
Just
was all a hoeing, massa. There was a hoeing in the rice field when the gunboat come. Then them men dropped them hoe and left the rice. Massa stand and call out, run to the wood for hide. The Yankee coming, sell you to Cuba, run to the wood for hide. Every man is run. Oh, the other way. Massa stand in the wood, peep, peep, scared for trust. Run to the wood, he said. Every man turn and run by up straight to the boat. The black soldier, so presumptuous, they come right ashore, hold their head high. First thing I know, there was a bang. 10,000 bushel of rough rice, all ablaze. And the massa great house, crackling up to the rough.
Can you understand?
Didn't I care? Everything been ablaze. Great God, massa, I care nothing at all. I've been going to the boat. Old woman and I been heading to the boat. Everyone called behind us, rebels coming, rebels coming. Old lady say, let them come ahead, let them come, let it ahead. All I've been.
So he's saying the Yankees are coming. Master says, follow us, follow me, run to the woods. The Yankees are gonna, this was one of the things that the slaveholders told the enslaved, they're gonna sell you to Cuba. So the master says, follow me to the woods, those Yankees are gonna sell you to Cuba. And he says, every man dropped his hoe and ran for the boats, because they knew what the deal was. The master runs to the woods, peep, peep, you know, he's scared for truss. And then he says, those black soldiers who had, and again, we can't understand. So those men had just been freed, some of them weeks before, in the Battle of Port Royal. And this was one of the great white fears, putting a gun in the hand of slaves, of the black slaves. So he says, those black soldiers, so presumptuous, meaning so proud, because they went, in the matter of a month, from slavery to being soldiers, yeah, to having guns in their hands and freeing their brothers. That's the other thing. So on this raid, they freed 750 people, and no one died. And he talks about burning the master's house, burning the bushels of rough rice. Anyway, that's what, in the exhibit, we'll undertitle it. Subtitle for you English speakers. This is Charleston under a coming storm. And I find this image prophetic because, of course, Charleston, the eastern seaboard of the USA, is the place where ocean rise is the most significant in the world. It's not the, you know, they're already moving the city of Jakarta. Did we know that? They are moving the second largest city in the world. They're already moving it. This is not in the future, this is now. Charleston will be one of the first American cities lost. There's already flooding at an average high tide in Charleston. The water has risen in that harbor a foot over the last 100 years, and we still have to talk about the Thwaites Glacier. Anyway, so that's one project. The next project, again, I always want to move to the new. Last week, continuing this series of Coastlines, which is looking at Zeitenwenden, we're facing tremendous change, and we're still moving to the coast. Last week, I was, since I was part of the Global Citizen event in Paris last week, and I always try to do something where I am to try to reduce my climate footprint. So I went to Le Havre and hired a plane and flew the Normandy coast from Dunkirk down to Mont Saint-Michel. And I'm going to take you on that journey right now. I found a wonderful young pilot who, I don't know how I find these people. He loves to fly, and he needed the hours to get his certification, and he loved my project. So anyway, let's go. There's no audio on this one. I'm checking the GoPro to make sure it's rolling there, and we're off. And this is a standard, this is how I do these pictures, is get in a small plane, start with a plan. Of course, as we know, all plans change, and you know, go and see what I can find, because you never do know. Well, I won't change my path here. It's new work, and I apologize. I will not be able to answer all questions about this. Usually, I do extensive research about all of the pictures that I get, and you will see still photographs after this. For instance, you'll see a steel mill in a second. Usually I would go online and get the emissions reports of any factory or industrial site that I see. Sea lions. Somebody pointed them out to us. Again, I never know what I'm going to find. But again, I apologize. I won't be able to tell you possibly all of the things you might want to know about what we're going to see. But I've gone from my previous stance of wanting to fight climate crisis to a new stance of, hey, we need to now just accept the inevitable and move on. We saw 3 nuclear plants, 4. And of course, I asked the wisdom about having a nuclear plant right there at ocean level when, do we know what the Thwaites Glacier is? Okay, the Thwaites Glacier, some people call it the Doomsday Glacier, for those who don't know. It is basically teetering on the edge of crumbling. We've seen it happen before. For a long time, we thought that ocean rise would be slow and gradual. Now they think it could happen literally overnight. When Thwaites crumbles, which will probably happen in the next 20 years, ocean rise will be 1.5 feet, essentially overnight. And to have nuclear plants right there at sea level doesn't strike me as being a wise thing to do. It's time now to think about pulling back from the coast. And I'm going to give you a few statistics. In the USA, coastal counties comprise less than 10% of land area. They house 39% of our population and are responsible for 45% of GDP. And those numbers are all increasing. We are moving to the coast, precisely when we need to pull back from the coast. It's interesting, sudden catastrophe You know, we can't imagine, right? We can't imagine, as individuals, we can't imagine our own demise. And as societies, we can't imagine the demise of our society. But it's happened. It's happened repeatedly throughout history. Of course, you know, sudden catastrophe struck us recently with COVID, but we can even think of more distant past, Pompeii, Krakatoa. These things change civilizations overnight, and it can and probably will happen again. Preparedness strikes me as the best approach, but long-term thinking doesn't seem to be a human strong point. As we know, storms, hurricanes have increased, and they're predicted to continue to increase. Rain patterns are changing. All of this is stuff we need to start to take into account and be ready for. It was so much fun flying along the Normandy coast. Nature, of course, we build on the coast, but in fact, when we build structures, they are very susceptible to those increasing storms and ocean rise, whereas natural structures are very resilient and protect inland. Again, I will know by the end of the week what he emits. I'm a sucker for a smokestack. That's actually that is a kokorai. He's making coke for steel, and that is a Mittal steel mill. And again, by the end of the week, I'll know how much mercury he puts into the air. I've gotten so that I recognize things. And I saw this 3 days ago, and I said, oh my God, it's a terminal for natural gas. Because the Americans don't want Europe to buy the natural gas from Russia. They want you to buy our hydrofrac'd natural gas. Because Wall Street invested heavily in hydrofracking, which pushed the price of natural gas in the USA down to worldwide lows. And the only way that we can find a market for it is to cut off the Russian supply. I'm not sure if there's any correlation there between that and the war and the bombing of the Nord Stream pipeline, but there are pictures. When I recently flew the Houston coastline, I was fascinated that at every inlet was a brand new, shiny natural gas export terminal. You'll see some of those pictures on the stairwell up there. And this, I paused here, this I was fascinated. It's the Eurotunnel. That is in Calais, where that train comes out from England. And I'm always looking, I'm always trying to create patterns and shapes, abstract patterns and shapes, which attract our eye and thus allow us to hear a story. Because art, I think, is the way that we can tell these stories. Dialogue doesn't really work, in my opinion. People, you've got to touch their emotions, and only art really touches their emotions, which is why I think art is what we need if we're going to make any change. And I'm very sorry to say that, yes, we even found a dead whale. Nature can adapt to a point to what we're doing, but then it will stop. And again, I hark back to those pink roseate spoonbills, which are not native to South Carolina, but have come north as the Florida Everglades have been filled and as climate crisis has made everything warmer. And back to the hand of man, the legacy of those rice fields that were built by those enslaved people, suddenly we have these very valuable freshwater wetlands which are replacing the ones in the Everglades. This is the coast of Normandy, and you can see that road collapsed. And how long will that lighthouse be there? And this is, I'm a sucker for the tops of giant oil tanks. This is a super tanker offloading terminal. And that, of course, is the port of Le Havre. I think it's a place, again, I find things, and I have to photograph them, and I have to go back and research to figure out exactly what it is. I'm pretty sure they lay deep sea cable there. That's looking down the Seine towards the ocean with an Exxon Mobil refinery in the foreground. So as I make these pictures, I think of one of my favorite poems, which is Ozymandias. This, by the way, is the war memorial and graveyard at Omaha Beach, which is, by the way, threatened by ocean rise, and also threatened by ocean rise. This is Point de Hoc, which that was a Nazi gun emplacement on the top, and in the invasion, apparently US Rangers climbed those cliffs to disable the guns, which, by the way, had been taken away for maintenance. And of course, let's not fool ourselves. Factory farming is factory farming. And it has, whether it happens in the ocean for mussels and oysters or on land with giant pig farms, it's still, the average German eats half a pig a year. The Gula Belt, which is in Bielefeld area, is contaminating the groundwater with nitrates. Anyway, these are the stories. Sorry, that's another memorial that's about to go underwater. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear, my name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away." That's actually a boatyard. And the wonderful friend of Einstein Forum, Diana Pinto, who is a regular here, helped me identify some of these things. That's a boatyard for emergency rescue, and those ramps pull boats up into that boathouse. And this is my airplane crew said, "Oh yeah, we think it's a recycling center." Yeah, it is, for recycling nuclear fuel. Yeah. Nothing beside remains. So, and we'll end with Mont Saint-Michel. No, we'll end with more benzene. And then we'll end with Mont Saint-Michel. And it makes me think that I guess we're in God's hands now. Thank you. I'll fix it later. Okay.
Take a seat.
I think it won't go up.
It will if we do it gently.
It's spring-loaded?
You got it? Okay.
Well, I know we already have questions, but by way of bringing these two talks together, I mean, I think the connections were pretty obvious, but both were telling stories in different ways about the climate and about humanity. And I was thinking, if it's true that art is a means for telling stories that can touch the heart, and that kind of storytelling is needed to change mentalities and mobilize people. The question I'm trying to ask is, what kind of stories do we need to tell? I was thinking about with David, David's, the first part of his talk was the kind of story that we don't actually hear a lot, right? This is the positive future vision, right? Most ideas of the future are dystopias. I think Rudiger Zill has pointed this out, in a science fiction workshop that he did, that all these, science fiction visions of the future, whether the near future, like Kim Stanley Robinson's The Ministry of the Future, right? Or
He cops out.
Yeah, or the distant future stories. I mean, they all look pretty bleak, but the story you were telling in 2053 was, surprisingly positive. Sorry. So, but the problem with those stories, I take it, is that we're kind of uncomfortable with them because we think, okay, this is a really naive vision of things to come. Everyone gets together, it's kumbaya, and we've solved all the world's problems. But on the other hand, if we're only thinking about the future in terms of dystopia, then we get out of practice of thinking about positive outcomes in general. So I'd be interested to know if what your thoughts are about storytelling. I mean, the kinds of storytelling we need today to be the most effective. Yeah. Susan, do you...
You asked a better version of the question that I was going to ask, so I just simply wanted to add to it. I can't tell which... I really can't tell which of these two talks moved me more. I'm over the moon. But Henry did say at a certain point we need art because dialogue doesn't work. So I just wondered if in speaking to Dominic's question you could speak to that as well.
If that is true, we should stop. That's one of the 2 points where I disagreed with Andrew. I loved your talk and I loved your pictures. So I don't think it's only about art, it's by dialogue as well. And I definitely don't think we're in the hands of God now. It's in our hands. We caused it, we solved it. And it might be that a religious perspective can be helpful, but it doesn't stop you from taking responsibility. And the story I presented is not a naive utopian story. I know that for people foreign to the topic of deliberative democracy and how citizens' assemblies are slowly transforming democracies into the joyful procedures they once were, I think this is possible. If somebody would have told me 12 years ago when I started as a democracy activist Actually, one day the city of Paris is going to invite you to copy the thing you did in the German-speaking part of Belgium, where next to the elected parliament there is a parliament drafted by lot. I would have thought it was a naive utopian idea, a narrative that could keep me going perhaps, but something that could happen. But in the space of 12 years, I've seen how things are changing. Brussels has become the first city with a permanent citizens' assembly on the climate. Because the Brussels government has said, whatever we do, this is going to have an impact on everybody. So we should give everybody the same chance to be part of policy development. And I do believe at a global level, this is possible, this is doable, this should be done, but the political will is where the work has to be done. But technically, it's all feasible.
In response to your comment, I should clarify, dialogue is essential with people who are open to modify their position. For me, art is essential because it can touch people who aren't open to dialogue. Art, for instance, you're not going to convince someone who's a climate skeptic with dialogue because their friends are all telling them, no, that climate change, it's those liberals. But if I can show a picture that makes them feel something and makes them ask questions, then maybe they will reconsider their position. And for me, this is where art can replace the lack of dialogue's ability to cause change. Mm. And that's the and in response to your observation, one of my personal failings is the use of sarcasm on a regular basis. And my comment at the end that we're in God's hands now, it was, I must say, a tongue-in-cheek sarcastic comment. No, it's our problem and we have to fix it. I'm in complete agreement.
Okay. We have a question from Philip Kitcher.
So actually I have many questions, but I'm sure many other people want to do it, so I'll try to keep it relatively brief. And I've got questions for you, Henry, but I'll just direct this to David. So like you, I've been arguing for deliberative democracy for 20 years, and in the climate context too. And I want to ask you the questions that I always get asked. So why do you think...
People in the back say they can't hear you. Can you just talk louder into the
Okay.
microphone?
The questions I'm getting asked really come in four types of skepticism. The first is, there are many, many people the world over at the moment who suffer and will suffer more from the kinds of climate actions that are urgently needed. So if we're going to realize the scenario of your first speech, which Paris is not enough, and we're not going to get anywhere near those targets anyway. And for many people, these are things that disrupt already precarious lives. Now, you can't tell them, and in Henry's talk, there was a slight touch of this. If we do X, we'll be saved. If we don't do X, we'll be doomed. Because what responsible science can tell them is that the probabilities of a certain harsh option will go down by an extent to which they cannot measure if we take a certain kind of measure. Okay, put those two things together and put them in the context of contemporary global capitalism and the thought that that will continue, and therefore you and your nation have to be in a position to be competitive after the time of cooperation and deliberation is over. The shadow of the future is what has haunted COP negotiations so far. Nations jockey for position in an economic order. I think Naomi Klein was right when she said that you can't do this without significant changes to global capitalism. And then there's the final response. I believe not in God, but in a deus ex machina, and it will come out of technology and it'll solve the problem for us. All of those things combine, I think, to make the implementation of this difficult. like you, I don't think it's impossible, but I wonder what your thoughts are on how to make these deliberations work. When some of these people will say, I can't, my life is ruined if we take these steps. When some of the people will say, science will solve the problem for us. When some of the people say, but if we do that, our national standing will go way down like that. Our economy will fail. So these are not skeptical questions directed at you, because I'm just in hope of getting answers so I can answer people when I give these talks in the future. Thank you.
I get these questions too. Yeah. Surprisingly, when Albert Einstein called for a form of supranational government, it was against the possible risk of atomic warfare. Today, we're not talking about possible risks. We're talking about scenarios that are unfolding at a speed much faster than we imagined possible. We're not talking about possible risk anymore. We're just asking us, is this going very fast or extremely fast? So we're doomed, as you said. Believing that technology will save us, I'm sure there are going to be incredible technological advances, sure. But it's like saying to somebody who is a staunch chain smoker, who has an advanced state of lung cancer, like, keep on going, we're working on a drug. Sure, sooner or later a drug against lung cancer will be found. The question is, will the patient be alive still? And this is what applies to this context as well. What I've seen in my work I have done with citizens' assemblies on the local level, on the national level, on the permanent level, and also increasingly on the international level. I'm currently an advisor to Frans Timmermans, who is the #2 of the European Commission. The European Union has been expediting its use of citizens' assemblies after 2 years ago, with the Conference on the Future of Europe, a process they were very afraid about. So afraid that they asked the 3 major institutions to work together, Parliament, Council, and Commission. Wasn't an easy exercise. They were so afraid to give, citizens the right to speak that it was embedded with civil society actors and old wise men. And at the end of the day, Ursula von der Leyen said, I've been really impressed by the work that everyday citizens have been capable of doing, and we should do this more often. And I have to say, she has kept her promise. And the European Commission has been organizing 3 more citizens' assemblies on the European level in multinational, multilingual settings, showing that it is possible to go faster than with traditional party politics. If this is happening at the European level, and I think the next 5 years will be crucial, I don't see why on the international level of the United Nations we shouldn't start thinking about it. And obviously, there is the veto in the Security Council. That's why I referred to it during my talk. And reforming the UN is notoriously difficult, of course. But not doing anything in the face of the crisis we are observing, which is unfolding right in front of our eyes, which is the biggest Zeitenwenden of all, I think. Yesterday morning, we started this conference with Alaida's magnificent talk, where she mentioned the Zeitenwende that still was to unfold, perhaps the 4th one in her lifetime, which is perhaps the biggest one. And it came back at the end when Rokhaya referred to the fact that post-colonial anti-racist activists in France were siding with climate activists. It was an absolutely crucial alliance. But this is the big Zeitenwende. This is the big upheaval we are going through. And we've been talking on this conference, we've been talking on a number of fascinating topics, but I really felt puzzled last night. I didn't go for dinner because I needed time to think. I had a bit of a headache, but I had a bit of a difficult time trying to reconcile the incredible smart debates I had heard that were mostly dealing with anthropocentric issues. Whereas what we should be talking about is the Anthropocene, not anthropocentrism. And so yes, it is important to talk about NATO membership, of course. It's important to talk about tribalism in Ireland. I was fascinated by it. But if we are treating climate change as just another topic next to tribalism in Ireland, then we don't see the earnesty and the grave situation we are in.
Susan, you just want to add to that, or to?
I just want to say, and this is part of my remarks to Harshmander yesterday, I think if we don't do something about tribalism, we're not going to save the planet. Okay.
Yeah. Next question is Fintan O'Toole.
Thank you both very much for those really, really wonderful and imaginative interventions. I think this is what's important. I'm always haunted by a line from Bernard Shaw's play, St. Joan, and in there's a sort of moment after the action of the play where St. Joan, who's been burned at the stake, is now being made a saint, 1926. That's the occasion for the play, and she's looking down from heaven and she's thinking about this, and she says, but she asks this question, she says, must Christ be crucified in every generation to save those who have no imagination? You know, and this seems to me to be a more and more haunting question, because we're now living with the collective failure of imagination of 20, 30 years ago. You know, we collectively refuse to believe what we could not see. So unless we saw the earth being crucified in front of us, we refuse to believe it. And so the relationship between imagination and reality seems to have altered. Right? So if there is a turning point, it's also about how we relate what we imagine to what we live in. Right? If we'd been able to imagine better collectively 20 years ago, our reality would not be the way it is now, and so forth. But what I'm also struck by then is how some of the things we take for granted about how art works, storytelling, for example, are also maybe problematic. You know, one of the great mechanisms of drama, every form of narrative drama, right, is suspension of disbelief. Right? You know, that we collectively agree through the aesthetic experience to not disbelieve, you know, even though it's not credible, right, or it's improbable. And what we're living with now is the consequences of a suspension of belief. Right? That there's a kind of a collective refusal, perhaps even still, to believe what is actually happening. If you look at the media narratives around the climate disasters, you know, they're all about unimaginable, inexpressible. You know, there's this whole sense of we don't know how to even imagine what we're seeing. So this is a very long-winded way of asking you, I suppose, to just address this because it's fascinating that, I mean, obviously, Henry, you work as an artist, but how you also use an artistic form to address this today. What do you think this relationship is? And the final thing that's on my head here is that if you go back to the Greeks, you know, and Greek tragedy, why do those plays still haunt us so much, and why are they still so effective? And I think they're so effective because they force us to encounter horror without being disabled by it. They find a way that we can look at the darkest things and not be in despair. You know? We encounter these things and we are very profoundly moved by them, but they become enriching and enabling. And so I'm just wondering, do we need a form of art and a form of politics which is capable of doing those two things at the same time, to make us look, make us imagine, get us into a condition of very profound engagement with what's happening to us, but at the same time not to be disabled by it, not to become powerless. And I don't know if you can address those things.
Well, I think one of the parallels I forgot to draw is the parallel of capitalism, which allows any exploitation as long as we're making money, and I see that as a great parallel between slavery and the current crisis of extraction of resources, which is leading us to where we are. I think that that despair is unproductive, and for me it's a fine line to trod, because I don't want my art to lead people to despair. We must give people hope, even if in our dark moments by ourselves at night we don't have much hope. But still, people must have hope, or otherwise there won't be action. So, yes, there must be hope.
That's beautiful. And, thank you.
It's also a matter of Kant.
Last year, I wrote a cycle of poems under the title Rain Requiem. It was based on interviews with the relatives of those who had been killed during the floods in Belgium in the 2021 summer floods, which was the biggest natural disaster in Belgium's national history, and also the first big climate disaster. That was performed by an orchestra in open air next to the river. And from the reaction of the audience, and Frans Timmermans was in the audience that night, and he said afterwards, luckily I had my sunglasses on. It was incredible to see how important it is to combine moments of beauty, hope, and truth. And truth also entails, telling the inconvenient story about, people have died. I think the emotional pinnacle of that requiem is the narrative, which I literally took down from a mother who had buried her 23-year-old son, who had just graduated as a restaurant keeper. And she was like a pietà. It was the last interview I did in the region, and it was like a mom crying over her son. And that story had to be told as well. And I think the reason why shortly after Timmermans asked me to be involved with what they call UCRA. It's nice to have a baby sound here at the back. UCRA is the European Union Climate Risk Assessment, the first time that the European Union is going to make an atlas of which risks and where they are going to unfold themselves. It is, and he told, that's what I heard, is that we need artists to help bring the narrative. We as scholars, we as politicians, we as scientists can bring the ingredients to the table, but sometimes it helps to have an artist cooking a meal with the ingredients. So it's exciting and it's important work, and it's about telling truth, bringing beauty, and bringing hope.
Glenn Most. Sorry to step into the applause. Yeah, okay.
Thanks both of you, David and Henry, for these extraordinary presentations, which were similar not only in their object, but also in your attempts to find new ways to bring to our attention matters that we have not been thinking about enough. My questions to both of you are very brief, but they are about your imaginative reconstruction of this material. David, you gave us two alternative chapters, two alternative stories. I wonder whether these are not instead two successive chapters in the same story. That is to say, you have a much greater faith than I do in the beneficent power of human rationality and in the possibilities for humans to choose what is in the very long term better for themselves. I wonder whether the very ironic picture that you gave in your first chapter could ever come about unless there was something horribly cathartic and traumatic of the sort that you were describing in the second chapter. So that I wonder whether you just don't have to reverse the order and add a couple more references to these terrible events that happened and which finally brought the world to understand what had to be done. In other words, I don't believe that humans are capable of making those kinds of choices to destroy the nation as the ultimate arbiter without trauma. And Henry, your wonderful pictures have an impact in part, not only because of their formal beauty, but also because of the reality of the objects that you are showing and the authenticity of your presence witnessing them and photographing them for us. And my question for you is, what is the future of this in the world of internet and photoshopping and AI, the idea of witnessing and presence and authenticity?
Very briefly, I do agree that sometimes you need a dystopia to get to the utopia. Without World War I, the League of Nations would not have emerged. Without World War II, the United Nations would not have emerged. That's true. The system is going to change. The only question we have to ask, will it change before or after the crash? And I hope there's going to be some wisdom to start changing it before the crash.
I must address that also. Someone, someone mentioned Ministry for the Future, which is a pretty good book. And it starts with a heat wave in India in which 100,000 people die. And I wonder if we can act before a crisis or if we must have. I don't know the answer. I hope you're right, David, that we can act before the crisis, but we will see. And, you know, photography, in comment on Glenn, your question, in fact, it's always been a lie, photography. I remember when I was a young man working in a darkroom and someone in Charleston wanted to build a dock, had built a dock and was being fined and had the photo lab where I was working changed the picture of the dock so that the photograph conformed to the codes and therefore he could try to get out of the penalty he was facing. Photography has always been a lie. And all art is, all film is. If you look at how a film is made, you grab a piece here and a piece there and you assemble them out of order to tell the story you want to tell. In my work, I feel as if I must stick to the truth, the Wahrheit. And so yes, my photographs are all, I don't change them. I am a master photographer, and so I make them as rich as I make them rich, but they are what happened. They are a record of what happened. But we know that especially in our era of AI, that is less and less dependable, and more of what we see is a lie.
I just wanted to add, I was just thinking about Glenn's question. I mean, if it's true what you say, the part that the dystopia must precede the utopia, or that things have to get far, far worse before they get better. Then I start wondering, well, does that mean that Lenin's worse is better? Is something we actually have to agree with and hope for, actually. We have to hope for the catastrophe to bring about. But I mean, just logically, this is what it makes me uneasy, even if it's true. It makes me uneasy. Yeah.
I don't think that catastrophes should not be avoided.
Yeah. Okay. There was a question in the back. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Yes. Thanks for your talks. Many of the aspects I was thinking about have been asked before, but something that struck me in David's talk is that actually both the visions were based on some form of unity. In one case, the optimistic one, you have the world as a global unit that unites, and in the second you have the global south, as it were, with Russia in your nice twist, uniting against the West. And my question was if that idea of like a unified form of collective action, either in this antagonistic way or in a sort of like all-encompassing global way, is actually misleading us, and that the reality is always going to be like small skirmishes around this or that measure. If you look at it on different levels of granularity, you don't even have a unified Europe on climate change. You don't even have a unified Germany on climate change. So I wonder if this playbook of like, however maybe romantic it is, if you just want to emancipate from that playbook, and then what kinds of mechanisms can you still count on to hope for some form of progress or solution? Like, is there another form of scaling we can think about that is not based on these political concepts that maybe come from, deeply from Enlightenment or from political romanticism?
I don't think citizens' assemblies are about feelings of unity. They are about dissensus. Democracy is not about solving conflict. It's about learning how to live with conflict. It's about managing conflict. And citizens' assemblies have been remarkably good at this. Over the past 4 or 5 years, there have been about 15 climate assemblies on the national level in European member states. There is a website and a research center called KNOCKA, Knowledge Network on Climate Assemblies, which is funded by the European Climate Foundation. And Laurence Tubiana, the lady who negotiated the Paris Agreement, is head of the organization. I'm in the advisory board there. These between 12 and 15 national climate assemblies have shown each and every time to what extent it is possible to agree on a number of climate measures that are politically way beyond what is today imaginable. And yet, if you put citizens together, there is a rationality, because these everyday citizens they might be less competent, but they are more free because they don't need to be re-elected afterwards. France did some incredible work. President Macron, after the Yellow Jacket movement, called for la Convention citoyenne pour le climat, the Citizens' Convention for the Climate. 150 French citizens from all walks of life came together for a period of 9 months, 1 weekend per month, and they ended with the most ambitious climate policy package ever seen in any European country, 149 recommendations. Unfortunately, only 10% of them were implemented directly. Half of them was watered down, and the other half had been ignored. But the fact that it was possible with everyday people who disagreed fundamentally, and some of them weren't even worried about climate change when they entered into the process, that shows to what extent these climate assemblies make it possible to move beyond dissensus and find a number of common grounds. There's nothing romantic about it. It's a deeply pragmatic procedure.
Mitchell Ash has a question.
Thank you very much, both of you, for these remarkable presentations. I want to point to 2 issues of detail that may perhaps not be so unimportant as the term detail would suggest. The first is a statement you made, David, about, perhaps in a moment of passion, about what we can all see. I would have preferred that to have been in the subjunctive, what we could all see. It made me think of being in Eastern Germany in the 1980s and asking friends there, can't you see the factories collapsing? And at first they were reluctant to even try to answer me, but at one point she just said, what you don't want to see, you don't see. Another point related to that, there was a documentary film I saw years ago about ocean rise in Miami. And the local fisherman said, yeah, it's rising. I've been noticing that every week when I go fishing. And it was followed by, as documentary films do, the cut is everything, right? It was followed by a woman from Mar-a-Lago who said, this is just nonsense. Mar-a-Lago. Ocean rise is happening there too. Yes, it is. It's measurable. The refusal to see is part of the issue. It's not just about people saying their lives will be ruined. It's about people simply refusing to see. And I think this seems to me to be a relevant political issue to think about a bit. Second point of detail. It's wonderful talking about moving away from the coast, but I'm from Austria, and 2/3 of Austria is covered by mountains. And the Austrians, for a long time, thought they didn't have a problem because they're a long way from any coasts. But the glaciers are melting, and this is being reported, okay? And so what does the ski industry do? Call out the snow cannons. Of course, that's not the right response. The right response, quote unquote right, if you believe in economic rationality, would be to say, this business model is dead, let's do something else. Let's
cover them with a blanket.
Let's turn the mountains into hiking areas, which they already are in the summer anyhow, and invest in that. No, that's not what's happening, okay? So I really don't want to throw any cold water on these things. I just want to make these points about detail. And the last point of detail that's really relevant, I think, is the talk of saving the planet. I'm sorry to have to say this, but that's simply not true. The planet will exist without us. It's about saving human habitability on the planet, which is very hard to turn into a slogan. But
very hard.
It's hard to turn that into a slogan, but that's what it's about.
Yeah.
And saving the planet is simply a mistaken slogan. It's just not true, not even close to what is needed. Unless we all agree that saving the planet is really just about us, so we're back to anthropocentrism again. Maybe we need to think about finding another slogan.
There is no planet B for us.
For us, if that were added, that'd be great, but it never is.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, the planet is, to your point, the planet is just a rock with some stuff growing on it. And it is all about us. It's selfish, yes, but the only way we save ourselves is by saving nature, because it is nature that gives us clean air, clean water, glaciers.
No disagreement. I just want to know what the slogan is that will actually get the point.
Here's an attempt. The planet can very well do without humans, but it would have a hard time running without ants or fungi. And so, yeah, it's right. It's not about saving the planet. In fact, the planet will be fine, at least for the next 4. We spoke about this yesterday during lunch. We have another 4 billion years, so we're cool. The planet is cool, as it's getting hot. But it's not just the campaign that is only about human inhabitability is problematic as well, because species biodiversity loss is real. It's not just about keeping this habitable for humans, but also for a whole range of other living creatures. And so I think there's something to be said to go beyond the strictly human horizon when finding a better slogan.
But actually, I think the planet will be just fine without humans is scary enough to make a great slogan.
Good.
Elida Assmann.
I would like to thank both of you by referring back to a term which I tried to introduce into our discussion, which is repair. First of all, Henry, I wanted to congratulate you on this film, and especially about the history of slavery from your point of view, movable point of view, and bringing in this history. I really hope you can get it into the educational system, especially of the southern states. And this is exactly what is needed. It is changing the minds by changing the emotions, and you cannot ward this off. I mean, it's so extremely persuasive and convincing and moving. So that would really solve my first problem that I spoke about yesterday, namely repairing the past. It would be a very concrete step towards repairing the past. And now to David. You also brought in something extremely concrete and palpable in terms of repair, and that is repairing, for me, democracy. Democracy right now has huge, huge problems in terms, first of all, of representation, but mainly in terms of lack of listening and speaking together, dialogue, all of this. There used to be compromise. Compromise doesn't work anymore. We have opinion versus opinion, and we're going back one step forward and two steps backward. This is what is happening in Germany right now. So what you introduce, I think, is so important. It is exactly to isolate human beings in the sense of distancing them from the lobbies or the opinion climates in which they have been living, and they have a real chance to learn by listening and thinking. So I think the human rationality is very important here as well, and not as a general topic that is very abstract, but in how can humans actually grasp information and process it. We have algorithms, okay, but what we need also are people who understand, because they listen independently from all the other influences that we're surrounded with. And this kind of new form of repair on democracy can also get us a step forward. So I'm hoping we are finding more building blocks here for the hope in a new future that is distancing us then from the modern time regime under which pressure we still are so obviously.
I see a big part of my function as being to explain science, because I find that the average person doesn't grasp science. I read a lot of science. As a matter of fact, that's mostly what I read. I want facts. I want something which I can grasp. But again, the average person, these complex things with numbers and intellectuals, which most people, by the way, don't trust. Most people being average people who aren't, whatever, here right now. And so I want to create a piece of art which touches someone's emotions and therefore makes them ask a question, and thus I can give what I hope is a simple, uncharged answer, because we're in a world where we're polarized, and if we can somehow bridge that polarity and be clear and factual, but simple, tell stories in a simple way that the everyday woman can understand, then I've succeeded.
I like the notion of repair applied to democracy. And Fintan, he's better placed than I am to talk about what has happened in Ireland. I mean, yesterday, great talk on the tribalism that you could observe, or how you could use tribalism as a notion to understand the Troubles. But Ireland has been at the forefront of democratic innovation. A country that was not only broken by the Troubles, but also by the financial crisis of 2007-2008. And in the aftermath, the Irish Prime Minister of the Republic has been incredibly wise to call for a number of citizens' assemblies on issues that were politically very hard to solve, like same-sex marriage, which was a constitutional item. And I've been really impressed by the citizens' assemblies that have taken place in Ireland on same-sex marriage, on abortion, recently on biodiversity, on a whole range of other topics, where 99 Irish of all walks of life were brought together through a random process, spent several weekends in a hotel in Dublin, and came up with recommendations on, pretty technical, touchy, emotional, ideologically divisive topics like same-sex marriage in a deeply Catholic country. And I thought it was an extraordinary way of repairing a country that had been beaten by its dramatic events from the past. So I very much like that notion of repair, and I very much enjoyed it. And for me, the two, perhaps, the key lessons that I'll be taking home, perhaps, from yesterday's session is both the rationality of repair, if I combine it with Harsh's radicality of love. These two together, for me, are the takeaways from the first day yesterday.
Olufemi Taiwo.
Thank you very much to both of you. Let me start with a story from my graduate student days. You know, actually this happened when I was defending my dissertation. And I was arguing for the withering away of the state, you know, something that many people now, because they think that Marxism is passé, you know, would not even know, much less defend. And one of my teachers said to me, in this Taiwanian new world of post-legal, you know, society, what will happen to those who overstay at the parking meter? And I'm still struggling with the question. But part of what I knew then, and which has become urgent, is that there is a disjuncture between many of the things that we propose and the context in which we are living, but which we are not ready to touch. Citizens' assemblies, I'm not sure, you know, can go beyond some of the things that you have talked about when you have megalopolises, you know, like Tokyo, like New York, you know, and all that, which was part of what I struggled with then in terms of how do you organize this future society without law, without politics, you know, and all that. And this is what, as you know, as you spoke, David, and I really do, you know, appreciate your educating me about this, because I didn't know about this whole movement. So now I can go look it up. Here's my question. What are the kinds of things that people talk about? You know, you've mentioned some of them. But there are two things that I want to ask, whether they talk about them. One, the end of capitalism. Because all these things that we're talking about, there's absolutely no way on God's earth they're going to happen as long as capitalism remains the principal context within which we are operating. And there's no better way for you to see how destructive this is than the fact that China is becoming an automobile society. India, Nigeria will soon follow suit. I don't see how we can talk about changing anything when this has been encouraged. Now, going back to technology. Oh yeah, you know, we're all going to have electric vehicles. You know, Ford is going to stop producing, you know, gas, whatever. Europe is banning and all that. But there are externalities to what you do with the battery waste, you know, of the electric vehicles, you know, that people are putting together. And when we think of all the, you know, and Apple is guiltiest about this, but all the other phone companies, all those little things that are now convenient for us, you think of the externalities in terms of the waste that they represent. And all you need to do is look at countries like Ghana, Nigeria, DRC, where many of these things end up because people who are completely morally bankrupt ship them there, and you have other people, citizens, who pay to receive them. You know, you have the Trafigura, you know, tragedy in Côte d'Ivoire several years ago where many people died because they imported this toxic waste, you know, from Europe, you know, and all that. So that is the first part for me. The second part is anybody thinking of a time when we would actually get rid of the automobile? It doesn't matter whether it is that you know, and you and I were talking yesterday about rail systems, you know, and moving people. And this may be another part of what we need to do. And how do you change people's orientation so that these boxes do not continue to enslave us to the detriment of the future that we're talking about? Thank you.
I'll answer very briefly. It's about trains and it's about a triangle. I came by train myself to this conference from Brussels. It was a long journey, thanks to Deutsche Bahn, who is making the journey even longer every time I try to get here. And the second one is about the triangle. I think every society can be conceived as a triangle between politics, citizens, and markets. And ideally, the triangle is a bit in a state of equilibrium. What we've seen since the rise of neoliberalism is that most power has gone to markets, and they have run away with it. And what we see is that politics and citizens, although politicians are obviously citizens too, there's an increasing distrust. In Distrust We Trust, as one author, was it Ivan? Was it Ivan's book, I believe? In Distrust We Trust, I've forgotten who wrote it. So the triangle is out of kilter. Markets have run away with the power, and the two that are remaining in the center should try to unite. But there's incredible distrust. As long as there's such a massive distrust between politics and citizens, between governments and citizens, Shell and ExxonMobil are having a field day, you know? And citizens' assemblies for me are a tool for reconnecting citizens with policy levels in a meaningful, significant way, just in order to get markets back within the regular triangle. So that is my very short answer to your question.
Are citizens thinking of getting rid of capitalism and getting rid of automobile?
You'd be surprised to see the outcome of quite a number of citizens' assemblies. Of course, if the question, the remit with which such a citizens' assembly starts is dictated by politics or dictated by markets, we're going to have a problem. And that's why I've been one of the chief designers of the East Belgian model, so the first model where you combine elections and sortition, random samples on a permanent basis. For us, we were 14 experts designing it. It was absolutely key that agenda-setting powers had to be in the hand of citizens. And when we copied it to the city of Paris and now to the city of Brussels, we've been really insisting that this is the most important power. Compared to a referendum, the way you phrase the question is determining to a large extent the outcome you'll have. In a citizens' assembly, if the question is framed by those who have a vested interest in the status questionis, in the status quo, you're not going to get very far. But if you let citizens themselves let them set the agenda, you are going to move much further into the direction of a more equitable society.
I'm afraid that we probably must come to collapse before we can repair. I hope that's not the case, but certainly we see a rush towards electric automobiles today, which as someone who reads a lot of science, strikes me as just another massive extraction and a change from one carbon fuel source to another. Germany, let's not forget, still gets 23% of its electricity from burning brown coal, thanks to turning off your nuclear plants. I'm afraid that the only answer is collapse and then all of us moving into much more local modes of existence. I love mass transit. I also took the train here from Paris. And I was lucky, the Deutsche Bahn performed for once. Interestingly, I was in Paris and could not get out. All of the TGV were full. I had to take a taxi to Charles de Gaulle and get a train from de Gaulle to Brussels and then to Liège, where I met with a gallerist in Aachen, and yes. So, but I am afraid that we must collapse and then all of our lives become much more local, because that is ultimately the only thing that will reduce our impact on the natural systems the planet that provide us with life support.
Carl Tam had a question. Yes, and Harsh. And by the way,
Thank
so
you.
Carl Tam and Harsh Mando, you'll be the last two questions for this session.
All right. As I understand you, these citizen councils, for example, now in Belgium, are not elected. The members are not elected. They are nominated by civil society, by lottery. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's it, what I supposed. I'm not surprised that they can come to interesting proposals and can join about things which otherwise would be very controversial or at least difficult to reach a conclusion. Because they have no constituency. They are not responsible. They're only responsible to the cause, so to say. And I would say that is not enough. And I think there are rather terrifying historical examples of assemblies who just are true only to the cause and not to people behind them. But I can see it easier then, of course, to find a solution on controversial issues. That's true, of course, if you don't have any people background who are blaming you for taking this or that decision. And that is also in the other end, in a way. I think absolutely that councils of this character can really make a contribution. But the real thing is the power. And when they, if they make recommendations, they make recommendations to some assembly, which is a political assembly, who take the final decision. They may accept the recommendation or not, but anyway, they have the real power. And if so, it's much easier to come to an agreement. That is very clear. So, yes, that is a point I have. And the other point is, if you look upon this from a global perspective, or that the more visionary, like your speech here, that there is an assembly which has real power. Then the question is, if the societies in the world and the big countries, the big powers, can agree on shifting over power to this World Assembly. That is quite a great big step. If they can agree on that, why do not they can agree on what should be done? And I would say it would be easier to convince the leading powers in the world to agree on actions than to agree to let the power go.
Okay.
Can I react briefly? In the German-speaking part of Belgium, the recommendations of the Citizens' Council have an advisory status. And so they are given to Parliament, and the law that established this body said like there have to be 3 moments of contact between Parliament and the Citizens' Assembly. And 1 year later, politicians have to say what they have done with the recommendations, and if they have taken a different course of action, have to motivate that. The first panel was on how can we improve the homes for the elderly, for staff and patients. This was 5 months before the pandemic, but it was already put on the agenda. 13 recommendations came out of it, 9 were implemented, and 2 already were in existence, so there was a bit of a gap there.
Also the necessary tax increases, I hope.
Yes, and it was interesting to see that the fact that government took it very, very seriously, and politicians even told us, whenever we have to talk in our parliament about an advice coming from the Citizens' Council, we forget about our folkloristic bickering and we start behaving as adults, which is really interesting. Both opposition and majority politicians say, like, it really helps. I do agree with you on a global level, it's going to be a real uphill struggle. But imagine that this could be done, and this could be given as a form of input to the COP conference in November every year. That would save us a lot of time. And the reason the Global Assembly that was organized 2 years ago, I was not involved with it, I've been in contact with the organizers, they don't want to become part of the United Nations. They grow bigger, there's going to be a second iteration in a few years' time. They want to upscale this, and they say, like, it's never going to work through the UN, we will do it independently, bottom up. That's their choice.
Okay.
I just want to add one thing. It seems to me that generally governments respond to the pressure from corporations until people demand that their voice is heard. And this seems to usually happen in the form of, I don't want to say violence, but certainly protest. And we look at, yes, politicians are terrified of the electorate. In general, they want the money from the corporations, and therefore, you know, the lobbyists are welcome at COP.
It sounds a bit like our slaveholders. They're afraid of the mob as well.
They should be terrified by the electorate.
Says the former politician.
Okay, we have.
There was one more question, I think.
Oh yes, Harsh.
Thank you. I'm aware that I'm keeping you all from your lunch, so I'll try to make my point very briefly. David Henry, I think your presentations were stunningly powerful because you used the mode of storytelling, and linking to what I'd said yesterday about empathy first being an act of imagination and then an act of feeling, and I think you succeeded so wonderfully there. But my question is that I think that the enormity and the urgency of the climate crisis most of all requires us to address questions of equity, not peripherally but centrally. Equality between nations, equality between people within nations. It requires precisely the challenge of global capitalism, of the neoliberal, not just the neoliberal model, but the ethic, the morality of neoliberalism, which is that greed is good, that each of us follow, or consume, we don't owe a responsibility to anybody else. So I believe that our communication through storytelling and in other ways actually needs to address deeply profound moral questions, and unless we do that, the dystopia will be upon us. How do you see us actually persuading people to consume less, to share more, and so on? I don't see that happening.
I think these are great concluding remarks, and it's like a call to arms, but I don't think the word arms is the word I would use in the context of what you just said. But yeah, thank you so much for that.
And that could be the dilemma of our time, because we must consume less and
share more.
And share more.
Yeah. So before we go, just two things. We got a suggestion from one of our people watching on Zoom that slogan that we need today might be repair the despair. Something to think about. But we'll be returning at 3:30 to hear Eva Illouz talk about the emotions of populism in conversation with Susan Neiman. So see you back then. Bye.
who teaches between Paris and Jerusalem, a number of other places.
Only in Paris.
You're still, okay. Okay. For most people, Eva, who in one of the heavenly reviews her most recent book got, was described as the star sociologist. For lots of people, she needs no introduction. Eva's, I think if there's one way to describe the overarching theme running through your work, it's the question of how emotions have changed under capitalism. And under that general aegis, she's written about a whole lot of things. She's very well known for a book on love, for her book on books on love, sorry. There's several books on love. Love and Capitalism, Love and Pain, Why Love Ends, and therapeutic ways of looking at the world, all kinds of justly widely read and widely prized work. I should also say that Eva and I have been good friends for going on 3 decades. We first met when we were both teaching at the University of Tel Aviv. And we've remained close friends and often sparring partners intellectually on all kinds of issues. But when Eva asked me to do a conversation with her about this book, which I very much wanted her to present, she said, no, I don't want to give a lecture. I've given enough lectures. I'd like to have a conversation with you. So I read it very carefully. I couldn't find a single thing to disagree with. It's a tremendously good book. Die Zeit has just called it the one book you need to read to understand what's going on in Israel. It's called Undemocratic Emotions, and it applies to other countries as well, but her main case example is the state of Israel, where she has mostly lived for the last 35 years, yeah. And I have to say, I was initially suspicious when Eva told me that their next project was writing a book about populist emotions. I have trouble with the word populism, lots of trouble. It starts at the political level when certainly American commentators talk about, well, Bernie Sanders is a left-wing populist and Donald Trump is a right-wing populist, and then you begin to feel that the term doesn't mean anything at all. And even some of the more scholarly and serious attempts to analyze populism have not impressed me. Eva's does. I still am amazed that you're getting away with saying things in German that some of us couldn't get printed. And initially, this time was scheduled for a visit by Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who visited us, made a state visit about half a year ago to us in the Einstein Forum, and liked what he saw and got his social media people to write up a wonderful blurb on Facebook, social media, saying the Einstein Forum was reviving the Enlightenment in Potsdam and so on, even when they're controversial. So feeling like we'd gotten this blessing, he asked if there was anything he could do for us. And I said, well, as a matter of fact, our next big conference takes a riff on your term Zeitenwende, so if you'd like to come, we'd love to have you. And up until 3 days ago, he was still planning to come, but when you invite the head of a country, you take it for granted that a crisis might very well intervene. But originally, I wish he could have heard a lot of these talks, but the plan was he was going to give a little talk, and this putting Eva in front of him might be a good idea, just simply because she's gotten away in this book with saying things that I can't. So let me start by asking you, one of the things that appealed to me very much that other analyses of populism don't do. You say populism is not fascism per se, but a fascist tendency, a line of force which puts pressure on the political field towards regressive tendencies and anti-democratic ones. Can you say a little bit about that?
So, like you know, I'm very unhappy with the word populism, which has become overly used. And also, I am troubled by the fact that when you think of socialism, communism, and populism, you know, even social democracy, actually, even democracy, all of them actually claim to represent somehow the people. And so, you know, you tell yourself one of them, either, you know, they're lying, I mean, at least 3 of them or 4 of them are lying, or the word doesn't mean much. So that's one thing. The second thing that troubles me about the word populism is that it, on the whole, is a positive, it has positive connotation, because if you're trying to represent the people, representing the people is what democracies are about. And it seemed to me that it was important to see what in populism should actually worry us. And what should worry us is that it represents the people, or an imagined people, in a very specific way, in a way that, well, if you go, we go back to, you know, a very simple definition of fascism, which is that it extols the nation, the people, and usually this nation is represented by one single group. It celebrates the value of the military and force. And it is deeply suspicious of democratic mechanisms and institutions. So it was important for me to suggest that, in fact, populism is that kind of political formation, even though it pretends to work from within democracy. And populist leaders will rarely claim that they want to destroy or bring down democracy. But what they do is actually empty it really from its content and keep a kind of empty shell of elections, for example. So you can have, you know, electoral dictatures. It's not only electoral democracy, but electoral semi-dictatures or autocracies. And I think this is what populism does. It concentrates, it undermines the legitimacy of democratic institutions. It empties them from their content. I mean, democracy is not only procedural or even institutional. It's also about the content of the ideas and values that are put forward in civil society. And that's what it does. It empties democracy of this content. And also, I would say the third and last thing I would say about that is that I am usually identified with critical theory, with the Frankfurt School, although I think in many of my works, especially those analyzing capitalism, I, you know, have differentiated myself from that school. But here I think I go back to really one of the strong points of critical theory. And I think one of the strongest point of critical theory is precisely, that was Adorno's position, and I think he was far from being the only one, is that within democratic society, there remains a lot of danger to fall back into fascism. So their view that, in fact, this frontier is much more blurred than we would like it to be was, I think, the you know, one of their strong theoretical and empirical claim. And in a way, this work, even though I think I don't even quote the book here, I don't remember if I quote it or not, you know, the work on the authoritarian personality, I don't think it's a very convincing book, which tries to explain the psychoanalytical makeup of people who are for authoritarian policies. But this is, in a way, the book I am in dialogue with, but from the standpoint of not bringing psychoanalysis in, but from the standpoint of the sociology of emotions, which is, you know, which looks at emotions as ways of negotiating your relationship to society, to collectivity, to, you know, to the collective, to the body collective. That's the fundamental claim of sociologists of emotions, that is, you know, anger or envy or resentment are all, if you want, introjections of the social inside the psyche.
So one of the things that you say very nicely is that, one of the many things, is that emotions are the only thing that have a multifold power to deny empirical evidence and to shape motivation, even in the face of, you know, truths crying in your face, and also in the face of rational self-interest. And maybe you should describe, you analyze 4 emotions that you think are basic to populism. Maybe you should just quickly run through them, and then we can go through some of your examples.
Yeah, so these 4 emotions, I have to say, you know, I thought a lot about which emotions to choose. And I periodically get questions such as, why didn't you include hate? So, you know, maybe we can talk about this later. They are, I think, the first emotion, the first, in fact, the one that almost controls this entire landscape is the emotion of fear. Then I move on to disgust, which has not been so much studied in political contexts. The third is a very expected one. It is resentment. And the fourth one is love, not a radical one, but love of the nation, because I think, you know, these 3 negative, so-called negative emotions are transcended by some affirmative claim about what the people and the nation are.
So you say that the emotions that you're talking about are neither fully rational nor fully irrational. And you talk about the ways in which leaders and governments shape emotions more or less consciously and more or less manipulatively. I think your most poignant examples are from Israel. Do you want to give a few? Or one? Or 2?
No, so here I want to say thank you for pointing this out, because a lot of work has been done on trying to understand this big move to populism. And I would say, you know, roughly 2 big explanations given today is the cultural one, which is that populism is a kind of reaction to the silent cultural revolution that happened after in the late 1960s. And the other one, which is maybe even more widespread, is the economic one. That is, that populism grows in the shadow of economic disaffection, inequalities. This is, I think, what you said yesterday, and I'm not in disagreement with you. So that's the demand side of the explanation. Although I did not really, you know, I should have talked to experts and political consultants to really make this, to substantiate empirically this claim. I think a lot of what is happening has to do with the supply side. And I think 2 things happen at the same time. One is that traditionally conservative parties or right-wing parties have radicalized themselves, that have transformed themselves. That's one thing that is happening. Certainly it happened in the United States. It has happened in Israel for reasons we can discuss. And second, I think the other thing that has happened is that communicating, if you're a politician, communicating with the audience has become a matter of, how shall I put it? It's extremely strategized. There is an army of consultants and marketing people and advertisers that are constantly guiding your communication. They're doing it quite often, I think, following the precepts of advertising, which is to hook the consumer through some basic key emotions. So I think that these emotions are not communicated as is, they are communicated through narratives, deep stories. Deep stories are stories that you repeat, and these stories stick because you repeat them and you repeat them. Repetition, by the way, is in itself, I think, a very powerful effect of communication. I think if you repeat something enough today, it is going to be believed at one point or another. And so the embeddedment of emotions within these deep stories is what these four emotions that I analyze, that's what it's about.
So here's a question that a very smart German asked me recently after the November elections in Israel. What about the young people? Because the assumption always seems to be that young is progressive. And I had to explain to her that in Israel it's almost the opposite. And I can think of two really quite brilliant, there are more, but I can think of two mechanisms by which the Israeli government or people who support it frankly just indoctrinate young people. One is Taglit, and the other is the March of the Living. Would you say a few words just so that people who don't know what either of those things are know what goes on?
I think you should, because it's not in my book.
Yes, it is. That's not true.
Oh, okay.
But
I will. I mean,
I could tell another story. No, you say something about the March of the Living, which I think is which is cynically referred to as a roots trip that every high school student.
I'll be very quick, I think. Taglit is, I don't know exactly when it was started, maybe 2 decades ago, by American philanthropists who actually bring young American Jews to discover their roots in Israel. Quite often these trips, and I mean, the people who participate in them end up staying 1 year or more, or actually they end up staying in Israel. It has very much to do, by the way, with a very peculiar political construction of Israel, the fact that it has a Jewish agency, the Jewish agency being, the sole vocation of the Jewish agency is to promote immigration to Israel among Jews that live outside of Israel, and to present Israel actually, in fact, as their real and only nation. So there is a kind of organic link between Taglit and the Jewish agency. And I mean, you're right to put this, I think, to connect it to the trips that are done by adolescents in high schools.
Israeli adolescents.
Of course, yeah, Israeli adolescents, sorry. Israeli adolescents who go to visit extermination camps in Poland. Actually, I think one of the main effect of these is to reinforce or instill their determination to serve in the army, because it is smartly done just 1 year before they actually go into the army. And it is a part of, I would say, a national narrative that has been constructed that was not there at all at the beginning, that was only much later constructed, connecting the Shoah with the importance or with the Israeli nation. I would say that both of them show that nationalism, how shall I put it? You know, most nations, once they exist, quite often give up the work of building a nationalist narrative. But in Israel, this narrative is constantly produced, and it's produced by many, many, many institutional and organizational agencies. We gave two examples. I could give as another example the extraordinary flourishing of what is called military preparatory schools. These are schools in which you go and presumably learn as you could learn, for example, as a secular person, you could learn about Judaism as a cultural worldview. You could learn about Judaism as more as a religious worldview. There are 59 such schools today. This is a lot for such a small country. So that's another example. Another example are the settlers, which actually view themselves and are viewed, increasingly viewed, as renewing and continuing the nationalist pioneering enterprise of the forefathers and foremothers, but mostly of the fathers of Zionism. So the nationalist narrative is constantly kept alive by a multiplicity of organizations, one of them, maybe the biggest of them, being the Jewish Agency.
You have a nice discussion of that when you talk about the sacralization of the land in these ceremonies, particularly in funerals where someone is killed, and in the very burying of someone, and in the rhetoric that accompanies it, the claims to the land being sacred are reinforced through someone's death. I forget, it might have been Finton yesterday who was talking about the fact that, well, you can't let the dead have died in vain, and therefore we have to make meaning out of this and continue the conflict. Can you say a little more about that?
I think maybe the best example, although it's not in the book again, the best example I can think of is the settlement of Kiryat Arba, which is near Hebron. Hebron is the occupation on steroids. And initially, I mean, after the Six-Day War, the 6 Days War, you could not, you know, you couldn't, there was a lot of pragmatic understanding that you really need to be very respectful and cautious. And there was a group of Messianic Jews who went there with the intent to build a settlement. They could not do it. Then what happened was that one of the families who was there, their child was born, a baby was born, and died in his sleep. And the woman goes with her dead baby. She goes to the checkpoint. I mean, actually, there were soldiers preventing Jews from entering. And she wanted to go and bury him in Abraham's tomb, and which is also claimed by the Muslims. I mean, you have, like, if you go there, you see a division, and actually so they call the you know, the generals, or I'm not sure exactly who they call, and after many, many hours of discussion, they led them inside, and they never left. And it is today, Kiryat Arba is today the most radical Messianic settlement. So what was interesting there was, one, I mean, why did these Jews care so much about this place? It was because Abraham was presumably buried there. But then what enables the soldier to let this woman enter is the dead baby. It is the fact that the baby is dead that actually transforms the political reality on the ground. And Israel is full, I would say, of it's full of sacred death. I mean, as much as Israelis, celebrate life, they celebrate death no less.
I loved your riff on why Israel is the perfect embodiment of Carl Schmitt's idea of a state. Could you say a little bit about that?
Perfect, I don't know about that. No, but that has to do, I think, with fear. And I think here we need to understand that, the emotion of fear occupies a central key place in the Israeli collective psyche for at least two reasons, two obvious reasons. One is the memory of the Shoah, and second is the geopolitical situation of Israel. However, what has happened, what I described, for example, in the emotion of fear, is something that didn't need to happen, which is, for example, the fact that Netanyahu increasingly Nazified the Palestinians. He didn't need to. I mean,
Jabotinsky, can you throw in Jabotinsky's view of the Palestinians?
So I'll come to it.
Sorry.
So Nazified the Palestinians means that, for example, he claimed that the Mufti al-Husseini, who was indeed a Nazi sympathizer, but he claimed that he's the one who actually whispered to Hitler's ears the final solution. And I mean, Netanyahu is a historian, he's a history buff, so he would definitely know otherwise. And he did that constantly, presenting Iran also, in fact, as a new Nazi Germany. So the reason why this that didn't need to be the identity of the right is, thank you for reminding me that I quote Jabotinsky, who was the intellectual father of the Likud, of the right in Israel. And Jabotinsky, who is a revisionist, therefore a right-wing character, he thought, that the Jews needed to win one and for all by force the conflict with the natives. But he does write that the conflict is of a colonial nature and that you can totally understand, he says, there is nowhere where when somebody new comes in and wants to make a claim on your land where it doesn't meet the opposition of the natives. And he perfectly understood that this was in fact a colonial conflict. This understanding got completely erased, I would say, precisely by the Nazification of the conflict, making the Arabs into not only Nazis, but making them into Amalek. Amalek is a kind of, trans-historical figure that it is a theological almost, demonic figure intent on destroying the Jews at all points of history. And the figure of Amalek is very often evoked in public discourse.
And once a year, at most Jews' favorite holiday, Passover, we read a passage, although I'm one of the people who likes to leave it out, saying, "Remember Amalek in every generation. They rose up to destroy us." Now, it's very interesting that you're also told to remember the fact that we were slaves in the land of Egypt and strangers, and should therefore remember the stranger. But those two diametrically opposed views of what it means to be a Jew are not only in the second book of the Bible, we read them every year.
So let me just, say, I didn't answer your question about
Sorry.
Carl Schmitt. No, I'm sorry. I was referring simply to the famous distinction of Carl Schmitt of politics being about holding on the distinction between friends and enemies. And I would say that this is practically what Israeli politics has been from the beginning. And Israel, for example, has allowed, I think Russia now would be a tough competitor, but for a long time, I think Israel had, certainly it was the only democracy, it was the democracy which had allowed the largest amount of extraterritorial assassinations of people deemed to threaten its security. So what has interested me in the emotion of fear is how it puts securitism, it's a political doctrine, it's a very specific political doctrine which makes the military and the military mode of thinking at the very center of politics, and really enables you to understand politics only in terms of friends and enemies, so that, if you think like me, like Zimmel, like many others, that modernity is about this blurring of the distinction between foes and friends, then, you could say that Israeli politics is somewhat pre-modern in that sense, because it really functions very strongly with that distinction constantly.
You have an example that surprised me, that was very interesting. You talk about the various different ways in which the different parts of Israeli society work to inculcate fear in both very ordinary and very dramatic ways. Could you explain what you said about Shabak? Shabak is the Israeli intelligence service. That surprised me. I didn't even know this.
What is it that I said? Oh, it's not me. This I interviewed actually a high official who worked in the secret services. Don't ask me why he accepted to be interviewed. This is Israel. And what he said was very interesting. He was critical. He said it in a critical way. He said that quite often, and this is a very good illustration of securitism, the Israel government wants to implement a controversial decision, such as evacuating an outpost, but the Likud knows that this will piss its constituency. And so what it does is ask the Shabak, the secret services, to say, well, this is done for security reasons, knowing that security reasons trumps actually always, almost all other consideration. So that's, if you want, I think, what securitism also is about. It's not only holding this distinction between friends and enemies, but it is about having always the final word and not allowing and enabling discussion and deliberation about a decision you want to implement.
But you also quote him as saying, I think sometimes there's a tendency to invent problems if only to justify the system. Because Shabak doesn't have a reserve force, a very heavy system has to be held in order to respond to large events. But between such events, there isn't necessarily a job for everyone. So organizationally, you need to find ways to justify the system.
Yeah, that's more the sociologist. He was speaking almost like a sociologist of organizations, and he was saying that, you need to justify that these people are on a paid role when, in fact, sometimes also there is not much work for them, so you make them. I think it's true of many organizations today. Many bureaucrats who are made to do useless work just to justify that they're there. But for me, the more important thing that he was saying is how the secret services are used to justify controversial decisions by the government.
One last example about fear before you're right. I wrote down too much, but your book is so rich. We're not going to get through it all. But to contrast with the Shabak, you had this very nice example about the way regimes of fear work when you were walking down the street to buy vegetables.
So it's really about a cognitive, I think militarism is not only a way of doing politics, it's also a cognitive frame of mind in which you value very highly the military, and in which you think about the world in terms of threats, whether this is threatening or not. So what I was trying to say is that cognitive militarism actually is the most basic, it's really the elementary form of thinking of most Israelis. Even, you know, those who believe in democracy, I think I think if I had to point to something that is common to most Israelis, religious or not, it is this cognitive militarism, the fact that they will survey their environment in terms of the threat the environment poses to them, and they will view the recourse and they will view force as almost always a legitimate way of resolving it. This is not to say that I'm not aware that the leadership of Israel has often been cautious, and it has often been cautious in not inflaming. But again, this is contained in this military worldview of managing threats.
You say that the politics of fear and the politics of disgust, which is another emotion you talk about, are intimately intertwined. Can you say a few words about that before we turn to questions?
So, disgust, for me, is, if I want to go very fast, it is the main emotion of the racist. And if you want to implement racism effectively, you need to create disgust from or toward a certain group. And there I analyzed speeches and posts, Facebook posts, that were posted by what I call new normative entrepreneurs that have emerged in Israeli society from, I would say, the 1990s, maybe, yeah, something like that. So you said yesterday, you talked about the murderers taking power. This is, in fact, exactly what happened in Israel. In 1995, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated. He was assassinated by a Messianic Jew who represented the camp of the settler. It was at the time presented as a marginal group. And I think it was not clear the extent to which this was a delinquent or an ideologue, although I think it became quite clear after a while that this was an ideologue. It was the work of an ideologue. So this group, this group of Messianic Jew who think that the biblical land of Israel must be redeemed, actually have also adopted very right-wing conservative agendas, not surprisingly perhaps given the fact that they hold very religious worldviews, and they put together secular left-wing Jews, Israeli Jews, with Arabs. Palestinian Arabs are their prime target, you should understand. But disgust works by contamination, you know. Once you identify a group as really disgusting, the people who come close to it actually, or defend them, is also disgusting. And so these rabbis teach, for example, in the military preparatory schools I mentioned. They teach in yeshivot, which are religious institutions of learning. Not all of them are like that, it should be clear. These are only some of them. Many of them are located in the occupied territories, and in contradistinction to the ultra-Orthodox, you know, these are very different populations. The ultra-Orthodox, initially, it's no longer the case, but for a very long time, didn't want to have anything to do with politics and certainly did not want to serve in the army. They are anti-militarist and they were, to a certain extent, anti-statist. The Messianic Jews who are in the territories, on the contrary, really understand politics and really serve in the army very enthusiastically. And so they created a kind of new brand, I would say, of Judaism, which mixes religious and military sensibilities. I should add to this that one figure that was quite influential was the American rabbi Meir Kahane. I mentioned the fact that he's American because I think his odious views maybe were not foreign to the segregation, to the racial segregation that existed in America. He came to Israel, and his party was forbidden, in fact. And not only that, I mean, just so that you can get a sense of the change that happened in Israel, I think it was in 1983, maybe, Yitzhak Shamir, who was, at the time, he was on the right wing of the right-wing Likud party. Yitzhak Shamir, when Kahane entered, because he had a very brief stint, he was very briefly at the Knesset, he left the place. So disgusted was he with his completely racist views. Kahane was assassinated, he was murdered. But what happened, and his party was outlawed, but what happened was that the group of people who assassinated Yitzhak Rabin operated a small ideological revolution in indoctrinating, I mean, there is no other word for this, in indoctrinating young Israelis into highly racist views, which were not present in Israel, really, which were not present until then. Not only that, you know, this I did not study, so what I'm going to say now is just impressionist, but I still think it needs to be taken into account. These people formed a kind of objective alliance with other people funded by American philanthropists, Jeff Yass and Arthur Denchik. These are these I don't know if they're billionaires or millionaires. They funded and created about 2 decades ago think tanks whose explicit vocation was to form a new cadre of right-wing intellectuals because they observed what Americans also have observed for a long time, which is that there are many social democrats or left-wing intellectuals, but very few right-wing intellectuals, and they succeeded. And in fact, the reform, the judicial overhaul, the regime change or coup, was engineered completely by one of these think tanks who wrote all the position papers that led to it. So what I'm trying to say is that disgust was really the outcome of many, of the emergence of a lot of organizations, some of which are local in Israel, some of which come from they did not exactly have that agenda in mind. They have a kind of conservative, more broadly conservative libertarian agenda, but they formed an objective alliance with them. And quite simply, I would say, to respond to your question, it is, if you're afraid of a group, it is very easy to become disgusted by that group as well, and to think, for example, as, you know, people, for example, I remember I interviewed this guy who told me that in the army he was told, in fact, I learned something, that in the army you call an Arab, you call him meluchlach, you call him the dirty one. That's the name of Arabs. It's Meluchlach. And so dirt, of course, I don't need to tell you what dirt is supposed to elicit. And there is a whole, so it's not only an ideological apparatus about redeeming the land of Israel, it is also an abundance of metaphors that are used to characterize these groups as disgusting. And all of the groups, as I said, secular Israelis, homosexuals, Arabs, are lumped into the same basket.
I want to leave time for questions, so I want to end with one point. Besides the point of telling you all to, anybody would like a really first-rate analysis of what's going on in contemporary Israel that's also applicable, as she points out, in various places, to places like Hungary and India and the United States. I want you end by giving this beautiful paean to Jewish universalism and refinding Jewish universalism. Now, in every single damn text, and I wrote in the past couple of years 8 full-page things published in, major Jewish newspapers, I realized I had to remind them that there are such things as Jewish universalists, and that all of the dead German Jews they love to put on postage stamps, from Moses Mendelssohn to Hannah Arendt and Albert Einstein, were all universalists, okay? But at the moment, the German perception is all Jews are tribalists and nationalists. They all, and the Jewish community, the official Jewish community, reinforces that by playing up the Amalek story, they're all out to get us, and forgetting the remember you were strangers in the land of Egypt. So do you want to make a summary of your lovely plea for reviving Jewish universalism in Israel?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can, I think you did it beautifully, Susan. I don't have much to add to that. Only to say that we live in very strange times, which is that, Hungary, who, legitimized some collaborators with the Nazis, got the seal of kashrut, by Netanyahu himself. And that Trump, who is or isn't, I don't care, anti-Semitic, but is definitely supported by anti-Semites, and who in Charlottesville said there were very fine people on both sides, was, not only is a pal of Netanyahu, but that the Israelis, they never really protested in a way that you would expect from the Jewish state. And in fact, so there are very strange alliances today between the Israeli state and not self-proclaimed, but I would say people who are heavily suspected of cozying up to anti-Semites. So what I want to say is, so that's one thing. The second thing is that the struggle against anti-Semitism, which was, I think, for a while, a struggle for universalism, has been separated in many places. In France, for example, to fight against racism is not to fight against anti-Semitism, and sometimes, or quite often, these two groups are antagonists with each other.
That's what they're trying to do here.
So of course the Jews were universalists, because if you use the Marxist, I think here the Marxist point of view is very right. The proletariat for Marx was the universal class, being the oppressed class. And I think to the same extent, not only do you find in Judaism universalist resources, but the Jews having been the minority it has been in Europe, of course it would have been the universalist group. That's why it was so disproportionately, they were so disproportionately found among communists and socialists. But if you look at Israel, definitely this history has come to an end. And religion, I mean, the Jewish religion is such a vast corpus of text that you can find anything and everything, in fact. It's not that the nationalist, tribalist, particularist point of view is not to be found there. It can, if you want. Okay. And this is the point of view that has been revived, not only by religious actors, but equally by political actors, secular political actors like Netanyahu.
Okay, besides telling you to buy the book, which is now, Eva told me, on the German bestseller list, I'm not going to say anything else. Ivan, please. And then, oi.
Wow.
Okay, let me try and keep track.
Thank you very much. It was really very interesting. I have two questions. One is about anxiety versus fear.
One is what?
Anxiety versus fear. Because if you go outside of Israel, my major argument is going to be that psychological source of populism is much more anxiety, understood as undifferentiated fear. You fear too many things at the same time. You fear that the world is going wrong. You fear that you're losing status, but also you fear that you don't know what to do with your kids. So from this point of view, why I'm saying this, fear is a silent feeling. A fearful people are not loud people. They're quite concentrated. While basically what we call populism is a very loud movement. So from this point of view, I'm interested in this anxiety, fear, how you're seeing this. And the second is about some of the leaders. Because normally we believe that this is a quite cynical people and very gifted politicians like Netanyahu. So he's using all this simply to justify certain policies and to get electoral gain. Could be also something different. That in a certain way they're slightly more ideological and they're much more pretend to be cynical because they're living in the world. Because I was seeing also the development of people like Orban and others, and he really started like this. He was a very playful, very, very gifted politician, no doubt on this. But when for 10 or 15 years you're internalizing your anxieties and fears, you stop to be a cynic. In a certain way, you start speaking cynically about this and that, but you really start to believe your major narrative. And this is my idea how you're going to distinguish the level of cynicism on the level of which leaders function, and to what extent, basically, they really start to express and to represent what they're talking about.
Thank you, Ivan. I'm not sure I can answer the second question. With regard to your first question, anxiety, so let me go back to the ways in which Freud makes a distinction between fear and anxiety. So fear has an object and anxiety is more free-floating. It doesn't really have an object. You cannot name it. Yes and no. I mean, well, let me talk about Israel. In Israel, I think, and I didn't say this, the fear has two major, I would say, objects. One is demographic, and the second one is territorial. The demographic, if you think about the demography, that's why I think that Israel in that respect is paradigmatic, offers a paradigmatic case, because from the very start, Israel had a kind of, demographic ticking bomb in its mind. And the other countries were very far from it. And now they are getting to it. And so when when Trump agitates the scarecrow of the white Americans being overrun by Latinos, this is a very definite object. The sense of that they are going to disappear is actually, I think, a very real fear. Although, of course, I agree with you that there is a demultiplication of fears. Oh, you know what? I have another example. Zemmour, who, when there was a grisly murder of a young girl a few months ago in France, and Zemmour immediately, the murder was done by an illegal immigrant, and he immediately talked about a francocide. Francocide, I think he made up the word. I'm not sure. I never saw the word before. And so if you look at the surveys, comparative surveys across all Europe, the one thing that comes back all the time about voters for the extreme right is the fear of immigrants. Immigration is almost the #1 issue. That, I think, is a real object, I think. Although I completely get your point, and I think what I think might perhaps happen is that there is a kind of anxiety and anxious climate, and then the populists manage very well to focus the attention on an object, which is immigration, for example.
Okay, so officially we've reached the point where we're supposed to have a coffee break, but I have 7 people on my list, and I'm not going to stop any of them from speaking, but I will ask all of you to keep your questions and your answers as short as possible.
Thank you, I'll try. Thank you for that, Eva. It was really interesting. I'm persuaded that fear is an incredibly powerful emotion to be able to manipulate and control politically. But I wanted to hear maybe a bit about some of the other emotions on your list, and I'll tell you why. So I spent some years recently in Singapore, not a beacon of liberal democracy, but not populist, definitely not populist. Lee Kuan Yew, extremely skilled in the fine arts of orchestrating existential fear. Singapore is a small state. Malaysia wants us to fail. We have this massive Muslim nation in Indonesia, right? So that's the whole narrative, not the whole narrative, but important part of their narrative in creating the love of nation. That shows up really well. But what's really singularly absent is resentment. And then I think correspondingly disgust. It's just not a part of how things are managed. And it seems to me that the narrative of resentment is an important part of the kind of politics that we're seeing in other parts of the world that we call populism. So I wonder if you could say a bit about the resentment aspect.
Oh, thank you very much, Amber. We didn't have enough time to get to it. I really think it's crucial, actually, in Israel, and it is being played out right now with I cannot say constitutional crisis, given that Israel doesn't have a constitution. But if it had one, it would have been a constitutional crisis. So you have 2 roughly ethnic groups. I mean, there were many more, but that's how Israelis came to understand themselves. They were the Jews coming from Western Europe or even Eastern Europe. In that case, they accepted to lump them in the same category, which is not always the case. There are many cases where the French Jews, for example, saw themselves as totally superior to the Eastern European Jews. Exactly. So, but in the case of Israel, you know, classifications, I love to look at the ways in which they move at will. You have these 2 main groups, Jews from Arab countries and Jews from Europe. The Jews from Arab countries, especially those from Morocco, undergo a very, I think, severe discrimination to the point where, you know, 3 generations later, they are very, very far from having caught up with the less than half now. So they constitute today actually half of the population or more. I think 55 is one count I read recently. They are, and remember, Israel is created in 1948 by a relatively small group of people, 600,000 of people, fairly homogeneous. They built all of the institutions, universities, courts, the economy, everything, the state.
Slavery movement.
Yeah, exactly, everything. When they arrive, the Jews of Moroccan origin, 51, I want to say all the resources have been taken up. And not only that, they're located on the periphery. And this is important because, by the way, I think the periphery, the fact that you're far from urban center, which became later very big economic engines, makes them stuck. That's why in 1977 they vote massively for Begin. They had voted for Labour, the left. In 1977, Begin understands that he needs to turn to this constituency. And what has happened since then is that the Likud practically, here and there were a few incursions of the left back into politics, but since then, the left never made it back. Not only it never made it back, but it actually nurtured and really elaborated with time a very sophisticated narrative accusing of something that was real, accusing the Ashkenazi, the Jews, of having discriminated against. But now the Likud has been in power for 40 years, but that narrative is still extremely active. What do you see today in the demonstrations and the judicial overall? One of the main legitimating rationale for people wanting to actually overthrow the power of the Supreme Court is that there has almost never been one single judge of Sephardic origin. And this is true. This is simply true. Presidents of universities, even the head of the Likud himself, his constituency is Sephardic, but there has never been a Sephardic head of Likud. So that narrative of resentment is kept alive. It is a wound that is very much alive among this constituency. And this is how and why there is today this alliance between them and the Messianic religious. They entered politics because they could not enter politics through any other means. The Sephardic entered politics through fundamentalist religion. So they created an ultra-Orthodox party called Shas, who is xenophobic, a nationalist, and actually really neutralized any possibility of creating an emancipatory politics for this constituency, because this is what normally should have happened, which is to offer this constituency and emancipatory politics. Instead, they deviated to religious politics.
So I still have 6 people on my list. Can I ask you to really keep the questions and the answers short? Harsh was the next.
Thank you. Thanks, Siva and Susan. Very fascinating. I found it particularly fascinating because you could have been talking about India. The similarity is probably not a coincidence. I think they work very closely together. They learn from each other. And the cynicism of it is so extreme because Mr. Modi's ideological background is clearly admiring of Hitler, explicitly, and his politics. So it makes the cynicism of that association even greater. I had many things, but I'll just ask you 2 very quick questions. One is this fear and resentment. I believe that underlying it is a very, very important moral inversion. So the dominant group presents itself as the victimized group, and the oppressed group becomes the oppressing group. So whites in America, upper caste Hindus in India, and of course the Jewish people in relation to the Palestinians, they dominate everything, but we are fearful. We are being overrun. So that moral inversion that the leaders accomplishes is then what leads to both fear and resentment. So that was one point, and do you agree? The second, somebody had to ask you, I'll ask you about hate, and not why hate politics is not part of your list. You talked about love of the nation in the end. Would you consider that it's a peculiar kind of love where you can only love your nation if you hate another nation? You can only love your religion by hating other religions, and not a love that includes. So it is a love of which the necessary other face is hate.
Thank you. I'll try to be very quick. I discuss extensively exactly this reversal of victimhood. I interviewed, for example, a rabbi who lives in the occupied territories, who represents the constituency, I talked about, and I was struck by the fact that he genuinely believes himself to be victimized by the Israeli army. He's entirely oblivious to, the fact that the settlements grew tremendously, the fact that the Israeli army is, in general, on the side of the settlers. And in fact, I would say, if you look at, I remember David Brooks wrote an article about 2 years ago, or something like that, or maybe 3 years ago. He was at a convention of the GOP, and he said that one of the things that struck him was that all the people he talked to, all the Republicans he talked to, who 20 years ago would have been very, who would have held facade of the, how do you say, the upper stiff lip or something like that? There's an expression.
Stiff upper lip.
Stiff, who very much had an ethos of the stiff upper lip, constantly talked about the ways in which they were victimized. This is something that is very present and in Israel. And it has, I think, really, it has to do with the narrative of populism, which is to cast traditional democratic institutions, especially the judiciary institutions, as victimizing and taking always the wrong side, the side of the dominant and the privileged. And it is, in fact, quite interesting how much they have hijacked a rhetoric and a terminology that could be the rhetoric and the terminology of the left, as if they had pulled, in fact, the rug beneath the feet of the liberals, who can no longer, in fact, claim to defend the real victims. So it's no longer possible. That's why I think the effect of populism is to create an enormous amount of confusion, for example, on the question of who is a real victim. Everybody seems to be a victim.
Except the real. Zukiswa. Next. Thank you so much, Eva, for that presentation. This is more of a comment, really, than a question. I was recently in the West Bank and Jerusalem, and during our briefing, one of the most interesting things that I found out from the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs was that, I had asked who the settlers were, because this word kept coming up. And, Jonathan Whittle, who is South African but heads the communication section, said that there were Americans, there were Europeans, and then surprisingly, South Africans. And yes, but here's what's interesting. Not South Africans, they're not all South Africans of Jewish origin. They're actually Afrikaners who are converting to Judaism and going to be settlers. So that just was absolutely shocking for me.
It is shocking, but I don't know what the numbers of this would be. I would guess these are not very high numbers. Yeah, of course.
Rüdiger was next.
put it very short. So if emotions like fear and disgust are the driving forces for this instrumentalized by right-wing politics, so what is to be done? What is the remedy? How can we fight it? Do we need other emotions, different ones, or can we take the same ones but turn it around, like disgust against foreigners is wrong, but disgust against, say, Nazis is okay? Or is it, third option, mere rational enlightenment?
So it should be clear that I look at emotions only as an effect of institutions and organizations. They don't free float. Emotions don't appear out of nowhere. They are engineered. That's, I mean, in this book, that's what interests me. It's really engineered emotions. So you would need to change in that sense institutions. I mean, this is a point that was raised yesterday. Fraternity for me is the perhaps only democratic emotion. And fraternity depends, for example, on having a constitution which is highly inclusive, to go back to your point about exclusive love that excludes. You know, you don't have a constitution like that in Israel, and you probably will never be able to have one. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. Fraternity, in the sense of being able to see people who are not from my group as brothers in humanity, brothers and sisters in humanity, is for me the most powerful democratic institution. But again, it cannot be, I don't think it can be preached or taught in the way you would teach a religion or a spiritual doctrine. My particular view is that you can change this only if you change the institutions.
Dominic, quick question, and then Stephen, Caustic, Zeu.
So it seems to me that one reason for populism's power is that is it a highly effective, if very misguided, and ultimately dehumanizing set of tools to bolster one group's sense of dignity when it seems at risk, even if it means depriving another group of their sense of dignity. So I just two little questions. One is, do you agree that dignity plays a role in populism? And two, if you do agree, or maybe even if you don't agree, do you think that dignity, or the sense of dignity, is an emotion?
Wow. I would not say dignity. I think I would say pride. If we want to remain in the vocabulary of, at least that's not, I think, what is at stake. Well, I'm not sure. I think, if I think of the Mizrahi, the Sephardic constituency, a lot of what, you know, a lot of their deep resentment was about recovering a kind of dignity, but it is almost always done in the form of pride. And pride, it's interesting that, you know, pride has become a common currency in contemporary politics. We talk about gay pride, for example. So I think that it should have been regaining dignity, but it becomes very quickly, in fact, presented as pride. And for me, pride is a kind of inflated notion of your identity. It is inflating it, and this is different from dignity. What was the second part of
dignity is an emotion, or if it's more of a...
I think it's an emotional disposition, yes. I mean, I think it's an emotional state, I would say, as opposed to an emotion, because an emotion is typically fleeting. It doesn't last very long. But dignity is something that you attribute to yourself, others attribute to you. It's connected to a moral view of the person. It mixes together both, I think, morality and relationship to others and an emotional disposition.
Quickly, Stephen Caustic, please.
Susan started by...
No, I never cut off. I mean, it's a principle of the Einstein Forum that we should have real discussions and not just 3 short questions from the audience. It's just that's why we were over an hour and a half late yesterday, and I don't want to do that again today.
I will be very fast. Susan started by saying she didn't like comparing Bernie Sanders and Trump. But it seems like Trump has an easier time rallying the emotion of envy and resentment toward the educated than Sanders has in rallying envy and resentment toward the rich. Now, is the second more a democratic emotion?
So you take resentment, it's interesting because in my book I approach resentment as a very ambivalent, politically and morally ambivalent emotion, because I think it is a democratic emotion. It is the emotion that protests against inequality, and I think there are definitely moments in which the demand for equality is entirely mixed with resentment. And so the question becomes when is it legitimate and when is it not legitimate? But I mean, first of all, I don't, it's the mixture of all of these emotions. I don't want, to put labels on these emotions. It's the narratives that are constructed around also. And so when you, for example, when you invent enemies, and you make them the object of your resentment, it's not so much that they're democratic or not democratic, it's the fact that it is invented. When you've been for 40 years in power, you have not done anything to improve the economic conditions of your constituency, and yet you pin still the inequalities that still exist to a long defunct political constituency, then that's illegitimate. Not because it's not democratic, but it is simply because it is invented. The narrative has to do with something invented.
Postek last. Shabbat, sorry. Then can you stand up?
You rightly said, I'm sorry, I can't use the mic because of Shabbat. You rightly said that both universalism and tribalism are Jewish. Find sources for both. There was a specific Jewish reason to be universalistic. If this succeeds, we might actually get a piece of the pie. So, if many Jews in Israel today abandon universalism, not good news. Doesn't this mean that we actually think, okay, we are safe, therefore we can be just as stupid and as nasty as anybody else? We no longer need the universalistic insurance, right? We can just rely on our own stupidity and nastiness and force and be no different from anybody else around. Isn't that good news?
Well, I'm going to let Eva answer, but I just want to say I think it's an extraordinarily cynical view of the motivations for universalism, and I would deeply disagree with you. But
so I could answer, we could answer on normative and moral grounds. Susan is the best to answer that in this way. But I'm not going to do that. Israel pretended, and still pretends to a certain extent, to be both the center and the leader of the Jewish people. Now, in most parts of the world, the Jewish people has radicalized, in a way, its commitment to universalism. It has not moved. I mean, there is a small fraction, yes, in the United States, but most American Jews are liberals. And, for the purposes of this discussion, I'm going to say that there are only 2 Jewish communities that really count today, Israel and the American one. Numerically, it's the most significant. So, if you put yourself at a distance, not only at a distance, from the main Jewish community that, supports you financially, was instrumental for American policy also. If you alienate this Jewish community, as is the case definitely today, you have certainly not accomplished your mission. I'm sorry.
I did say stupid.
That's a great argument. I like normative arguments, but I love it when you can combine normative and interested arguments. Thank you, Eva. We will return here at 10 minutes after 5.
Welcome back. I don't think I have to introduce our next two speakers, Stephen Holmes and Ivan Krastev. Welcome, and they're gonna talk about their book, which probably most of you have read, After the Light That Failed. And we're gonna have a conversation between them for about 20 minutes, and then of course you will have, as usual, time to join in the discussion, as well as in the room as online.
It's been great being here. I think I speak for both of us, how much we've learned from listening to others. So we're working on another book together. And so we decided we would show you our work method, which is I will say a few sentences and Yvonne will interrupt me. I think it's going to go more or less like that. So no long speeches. Now, a kind of good way to begin this discussion is a statement made by Xi Jinping in March 2022 as he was leaving Moscow. This is a month after the invasion began. And he says there are changes afoot which we haven't seen for 100 years. And if we stick together, we will drive these changes. Now, that's the point that the war is a kind of crystallizing event that has global reverberations. And we're trying to explore those reverberations around the war in a way, since it's a book that's not going to be written for another year or completed, we have to write in a way that will not be outpaced by events, which is difficult, and therefore we're operating at rather abstract level. So there are two basic ideas I want to start with. One is that the war is an identity war. It's not an ideological war. It's not a territorial war. Identity war, meaning obviously Putin is saying to Ukrainians, you're really Russians. If you don't admit it, I'm going to kill you. So this is a kind of, and he said in the first speech of the morning of the Prigozhin escapade, we are fighting so that we can be and remain Russians, a nation with a 1,000-year history. He describes, this is also hard to grasp, but he says what his war is a decolonization war. He is decolonizing Russia, getting rid of Western colonialism. Ukraine is a captive nation, except in the opposite way, captive of the West, and needs to be liberated. And this relates to our earlier book that Francisco just mentioned, he accuses Ukraine of copying Western models and therefore being kidnapped by the West. That's the idea, and being seduced by the siren song of the West. This is a identity war, which is also a deliberate and successful attack on European identity. So this is the reverberation, which Yvonne will, I'm sure, talk about at greater length. Europe thinks it has put war behind. Maybe military power is even in bad taste, I'm not so sure. But he's saying, look how naive you are. Germany wakes up February 22nd, 33rd, it doesn't have an army. This is embarrassing, and it's a kind of shock to the system. The second idea is that we're defending the global order by isolating Russia from the world, which seems a little paradoxical. But the point is that the insulation and separation of Russia from the West by sanctions and other things is not a cost to Putin, but a benefit. So explaining why that is, and one aspect of it, not the only one, is that aging dictators often have an anxiety or maybe a fear about backsliding of the country after they die. Backsliding, not in the democratic, in the opposite sense we usually use the term, backsliding to a more liberal order. Young people, when he's gone, might they not turn to the West? And one of his motivations, it isn't just to save face, which would be possibly something that's going on, but it's to do something that can't be remedied. It's Zeitenwenden, point of no return. Do something that's not reversible. Create a bleeding wound. So the fact that there's no end game is actually the end game, because it's an endless war. He wants to create a bleeding wound that can't be healed. The West can't cure it. And it also makes reconciliation impossible because the West can't reconcile with Russia unless the Ukrainians do. And after the rapes and the mass murders and the castrations and all of this, that's a very big climb to make the Ukrainians reconcile. And that's what Putin, that's not a negative. That's part of his story, to keep the West at bay because, of course, of his worry, and I think this is shared around many leaderships around the world, the fear of the siren song of the West on their own youth. And Ukraine, in a way, represents a part of Russia that has been seduced by the West, taken away. And if he can create, whereas Eva, disgust, create disgust in the West, also against Russians. And we saw that our friend Peter Pomerantsev, he's been studying Bucha, he's over there, and it's a Russian family. He wrote a piece in The Guardian last week, I don't know how many of you saw that, in which he was just pure, the Russians are basically feces. I mean, the whole country is just, they're basically shit, basically. It was a kind, almost like it was anti-Russian racism. It's very, he says they're spreading feces all over the face of the world, but and someone like him, who's a very sophisticated, intelligent person, is responding. That also is a purpose of what Putin is doing. That's just like his saying, Russians, the only people who want to go to the West are the ones seeking sex change operations, which is a whole nother issue. We need to talk about the gender language. But then the one last thing, and I think when we say identity war, we mean it. I haven't at least had the time to absorb Fenton O'Toole's categories, but I think they're very similar. And certainly an attack on hybrid identities, identity as attack on hybrid identities, on vague borders between identities is there. And this is, I think, part of the global reverberations, because Putin, like Xi, want to make themselves the leaders of a post-Western world order, or let's say post-American world order. And actually, that's a war against ambiguity, because the basic attitude toward America and the rest of the world is summed up in that famous phrase, Yankee, go home and take me with you, which is ambivalent. And that's proper, and it's proper. The negative is proper, and so is the other. And if you go to war with ambivalence, you get violence.
Thank you very much. So we're going to try to just on the same talk. And I'll start with something that Stephen said, and this is about the problem of the Putin regime is that there is no succession scenario. Listen, it's a very strong leader, but it's not a monarchy. There is not a son to go after him. And there are not going to be elections, because we know that the two things that Russians are not choosing is their parents and their president. But the third thing that people basically totally underestimate is that President Putin has seen his successor. He had a successor. Medvedev was a president. He was trying to imagine how the regime is going to look when he was not there. And he didn't like it. So from this point of view, if you start from these assumptions, there are two things that are very important. The time dimension. You should try to fix all the fundamental problems of Russia in your lifetime. This is the difference with the Chinese. Chinese can believe, by the way, the Soviets believe that time is on their side. This is not where Putin believes. Secondly, and we talked with Stephen a lot about this, I'm one of the people who are taking President Putin very literally when he speaks. By the way, he never lies when he talks about the future. He's not so trustworthy when he talks about the past, but normally he's saying what he'll do. Exactly. So if you're taking literally what he's saying, basically we'll know what is going to happen. So the fact that he was using the language of the American cultural wars, when he said that Russia is canceled like J.K. Rowling's and so on, people believe that this is a sheer propaganda. I do believe it's slightly deeper. He is an East European man of a certain generation, which is not so different than mine, who had basically traumatized by how radically things can change in one's lifetime. And what he sees in the world of identity is that suddenly the identity can change very radically. Nothing is natural. What he accuses the Western world is that being unnatural. By the way, the same things that conservative West was accusing the Soviet Union in the 1920s. What you're doing is against nature. And as a result of it, he really believes that we're living in the world in which, of course, the Ukrainians are Russians, according to him, but they can be forced to believe that they are not. Because now everything is possible. If a man can become a woman, basically Stephen's formulation is, if you're living in the world in which your son can become your daughter, why this is not possible for the Ukrainians to become Russians to become Ukrainians? But listen, if you're living in this world, and particularly if you're living with a major demographic fears, and here we're in the same time, and yesterday the Irish story, one of the ways to start a civil war is to increase the cost of living in the country. If you fear that the country is going to be emptied, you should make it as a high level of disloyalty to leave it. I'm saying this because before the war, President Putin on several occasions made a statement that does not make sense. He said, according to Mendeleev, a famous Russian 19th century chemist, in 2000, there should have been 500 million Russians in the world. And now there are only 150 million. And by the way, COVID has a major dramatic effect. They have 1 million excess deaths and so on. So the feeling of the world in which there are not enough Russians, there are going to be a lot of Africans and a lot of Asians and so on. And Russia is a very big land, but there are not enough Russians. The only way out if Ukrainian and Belarusians are Russians. You cannot reverse this simply through basically demographic policies. I'm saying this because my second point is, in order to understand what is the major change, and by the way, from this point of view, what is interesting about the title of our conference and the statement of the German Chancellor is that this is very radical, because what was important for Chancellor Merkel's policy was to claim the world is changing, for sure, but it is not of a German interest to recognize it, because they're not going to be a world better for the Germans than the one that we have. And I do believe she was totally right, to be honest. And then the Chancellor came, and he made what is most important to change, to tell the Germany how the world has changed. Said, I'm going to put 100 billion euro in the defense. This is a poetic statement. As we know, they put nothing. They have not bought anything. But by making this statement, you're signaling something different to the German society. The post-World War II German identity had to change. This is not simply about defense spending. They're going to be defense spending, for sure. I don't say that he's lying. By the way, they have not spent a single euro of this. Single. Because it's not easy to buy weapons these days. Many people want and not many people produce. Why I'm saying and why this is important, and here is where we decided to make something that is interestingly under-analyzed. In order to understand the change, we should compare how European identity was shaped as a response to the Yugoslav wars and how the European identity is shaped now. And keep in mind, one of the most interesting things is that the memory of the Yugoslav wars disappeared. To the extent that leaders of countries can say, this is the biggest war that we have seen. Quite a lot of people have been killed, and Krastev was dead. This was not a minor issue. So why this is so important? Because as a result of Yugoslav war and on the result of this, two very different type of European Union's identity, when I say European political identities. What was important about the Yugoslav wars? They're based in a distant past. In a certain way, the Balkans was showing what basically Europe is not anymore. The most important is, this is what cannot happen in Europe. This was really from the past, and you have all this story, ancient hatreds and so on. Secondly, this was not the wars that we're really afraid of. Particularly 1999, and I'm going to go to Kosovo because, honestly speaking, after the Soviet Union was clear that it's not going to disintegrate violently, because this was the initial fear of the Bush senior administration, and it's interesting to see how much the policies is changing, and this is just one thing. 1990 should be radically reread and revisited if we want to understand what is going on. We are living with a certain type of a mythology that was created in the beginning of the 21st century that has nothing to do with the reality. For example, Russians are saying the West wanted to disintegrate the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia. This is simply not true. President George Bush Sr. went to Kiev before the referendum and said, please do not vote for independence. This is the famous Kiev chicken speech. Soviet Union was there, and one of the things that people very rarely understand is that when we talk about the liberal order and when we talk about the Paris Charter was not signed by Russia. Paris Charter was signed by Soviet Union. Soviet Union and Russian federations, from the geopolitical but also from the identity point of view, are two totally different states. Gorbachev wanted, for me very important, and Gorbachev very much wanted Soviet Union to join the liberal order because the liberal order was perceived as anti-nationalist, constraining sovereignty, because he was very much afraid of the rise of nationalism within the Soviet Union. This was the critical story that motivated how you can preserve the Soviet Union after the end of the communist legitimacy. It didn't work, by the way, it didn't work because people didn't like it. So this is the way.
So, let me elaborate a little on the contrast, these two civil wars, the Yugoslav wars and what is it, Nicoya Civil War. Sorry. I mean, during the Prigozhin adventure, Putin did come out saying civil war is the worst kind of war after committing one for a year and a half. But so you have, it's a contrast between violent exclusion and violent inclusion in a way. And the main thing about European identity is that, and this is implicit in what Ivan just said, is that Europe could view the Yugoslav wars from a position of comfortable post-nationalism. It's something over there, it's the past. Now, of course, war on the European continent also sounds like something from the past, but it was impossible to distance yourself from it. You couldn't put it away because, of course, it's threatening Europe too. The Serbs thought they were defending Christianity from barbarism, while the Russians think Europe is West is barbarism, defending the West, sorry, from barbarism, while Putin thinks the West is barbarism. I think this sense that a post-national Europe is in defending Ukraine against the Russian aggression is identifying with a country that's obviously not post-nationalist, is a mobilizational, sacrifice, heroic state, means that it's a kind of crisis. That's another form of the crisis of European identity, that it's seeing itself defending a country that is contrary to the picture of a post-national. So.
Listen, the most important is, imagine for the moment that the Serb who has against Milosevic and who has left the country is going to be cancelled from a conference in the mid-1990s. Just the opposite. They were the heroes. Why this is possible now? Because in a certain way, first of all, Europe started to discover its post-nationalism as vulnerability. You need heroes. You need somebody to fight. And suddenly, the only legitimate nationalism is the Ukrainian one. It is defensive, by the way. This is civic. So this is when we're saying, I'm not using it in this negative term people are using, but this is very different formulations of nationalism in the way European identity was defined during the Yugoslav wars. Yugoslav wars was nationalism is always destructive. It is almost in a coalition with the communism. This is the last shelter, basically, for... So from this point of view, this is a very strong moment because suddenly you're living in a world in which sovereignty, much more than democracy, is coming, and whatever was talking about this democracy authoritarian story, the biggest problem is not that you have a democratic bloc and authoritarian bloc. The biggest problem is that there are many places in which you cannot distinguish between the two. India, one day we're going to basically treat as a democracy when we need them to be a democracy for geopolitical reasons, and then authoritarian state when you're trying to look it inside. This idea of a community of democracy that President Biden did, it didn't work. It didn't split in the way it is. And this was our next moment, and where I do believe that Stephen will continue. Our major argument was that contrary to Huntington, who believed that it is a clash of civilization, and he was taking identities as something which is stable, that exists, that is always there. Our major argument is that this is a world which is very much shaped by the fragility of different identities, by their weaknesses.
Yeah, I wanted actually to bring that up in relation to Fenton's talk yesterday, that this is a nice story. There's an NYU undergraduate who is from Indian origin, and she says, my grandmother was perfectly happy to have people cook Indian food and so forth. It's that we think of this as cultural appropriation because we feel our identity is so weak. We're grabbing onto it, compensatory exaggeration, like the Russian. What is Russian identity today? That they're murdering for. Really? Is there something, such a thing? Does it really exist? So I think that the weak identities, the violence of weakened identities, threatened identities, besieged identities, is a big part of this story. As opposed to the Huntingtonian, we have these strong, solidary, we really know that we belong to this group and not another, and we have to fend off the enemies. So, okay, so we promised that we both of us want to hear different views of this, and this is something all of us have been living together, the war and the world has changed, and how, so we were going to talk for 20 minutes, is how we have already done that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just wanted one thing to say about Russian case, because it's interesting. One of the things that very few people understand was that Russian nationalism, in the way we see it, in its Putin ethnic form, is a latecomer on the post-Soviet space. Because in the Soviet framework, the Russians traded power for identity. In order to be able to dominate Soviet space, Russian identity was vague and inclusive. Everybody who knows Pushkin by heart was Russian. It was not defined clearly in ethnic terms, while all other nations, because of the fact that they have been repressed by the Russians, has a much more stronger identities. And I'm not even talking about the Baltics, Georgians, Armenians. You're going to have Ukrainian nationalists in the camps, which Solzhenitsyn was talking about. So now the Russians are imitating the others, because he tries to create not a simply imperial identity. It's an imperial ethnic nation. He wants them to be Russians. He's really, what we are talking about is genocidal inclusion. So it is not, because listen, the traditional Russian imperial story was kind of a much more nuanced. Here is, you're Russian.
This is, we like the analogy between this and the mourning wars. So Indian tribes in the 17th century, 18th century, when their populations were collapsing, would raid other tribes. They would kill the men and they would kidnap the women and children and make them part of their own tribe. And part of all of the kidnapping that's going on, taking the children, this is not just a detail. It seems like, in a way, it's in the essence of trying to bulk up your own collapsing population collapse, which is a source of problems.
Ethnic cleansing is what defined Yugoslav wars. Kidnapping children is what defines this war. They're very different. In Yugoslav war, I don't want to live with people who are not like me. Here, I'm taking people to basically make them like me, because otherwise the Ukrainians are going to basically brainwash them that they're Ukrainians.
I think you're misreading.
Could you wait with the microphone?
Microphone.
No, I can't use the mic, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
We can hear you.
Oh, sorry, forgot, yeah.
I think you're misreading the clash of nationalisms in the Balkan Wars. First of all, we were all cheering the good Croat nationalists, who were obviously different from the evil Serb nationalists. And Beashen is doing the same thing in Ukraine as he was doing in Croatia a quarter century ago.
Really?
But, oh yeah, very much so. But also, we were misreading the difference between the Serb and Croat nationalism, which reproduces itself largely in the Russian-Ukrainian context today. Serb nationalism is premised on the idea that we Serbs are the most glorious nation ever. We're simply objectively better than anyone. And this finds expression in colloquial terms like saying, we are the divine people. This is said without any embarrassment or irony. This is simply a statement of fact. Russian nationalism is in many aspects similar. Now, if we are the world's best people, this imposes on us the obligation to allow others to ascend to our level, which is why both Serb and Russian nationalism are messianic. They are willing to spread Serbdom and Russiandom to improve those poor unfortunates who never had a chance. However, if the offer is rejected, this is an insult that can be washed with blood only. Croat nationalism, similarly to Ukrainian nationalism, is not premised on the idea that we are the world's most glorious people. It's simply that everybody else is shit, which means that they have no chance of joining us because that would decrease our level. And this means that we need to protect ourselves from incursions from outside. This is why Russians are kidnapping certain Ukrainian children, to save them, to give them the blessed opportunity of becoming Russian, the way that Serbs were raping Croatian and Bosnian women, to give them at least the opportunity to give birth to Serb children. And in this context, our misreading of both nationalisms leads to misunderstandings. Very often, foreigners like the messianic quality of the Serb/Russian nationalism. It seems, well, universalistic, while Ukrainian or Croatian nationalism seems, well, parochial. But there is always a flip side to either.
I'm sure that Stephen is going to tell you something much more interesting. But if it was the same, the Russians should be interested to expel the Ukrainians within Russia, and there are quite a lot of them. Because basically this is the case. I'm ready to buy part of your distinction, but the other major difference with the Yugoslav period, particularly the late 1990s, and particularly Kosovo, is different. In Kosovo, the West went, and this was the first kind of a liberal ideological war, which was not based on economic interests. There is no oil in Kosovo, and it was also defending people who are not like us. This was a statement. We're here, there is a new kind of a normative order. People are more important than states. The problem with this order is that first it cannot be replicated, but it was also the problem of the Western will. Here you have two things. It's capacity. The problem when it comes to the Russia-Ukrainian war and the Western position is not what we want to do, but what we can do. It's not easy. It's a nuclear power. Nevertheless, of what we're talking about, this and that. And secondly, which in my view is very important, is that the moment we made this statement was the moment Russia totally reconsidered its position. I don't know how many of you remember, but the day when NATO operation in Kosovo started, a plane was flying from Moscow to Washington in which the back then Russian Prime Minister, Primakov, was flying to meet Al Gore, who was his partner in the United States. When they heard about the operation started, he turned the plane. And one of our metaphors is that probably in this plane was staying Colonel Putin, and he was writing the first draft of the speech for the Munich Security Conference. Because in a certain way, the biggest problem was that suddenly Yugoslav wars that were perceived as parochial, local, and so on, were made universal statement how the next normative order is going to look like.
Okay, so the Serbs weren't fighting a war against the West. It's like completely, that's not what they were doing. This is and they do, you're right, I mean, I think that there are many analogies, particularly this, what is it called, MOPE, most oppressed people. We stradali больше всех, we're the most suffering, we suffered the most, so no matter what we do to other people, it's justified because we suffered more than we're making them suffer. That's, I think, correct. But the fact that Europe was able to sideline that war, to ignore it, which you know, you lived in indifference to it, the fact that it could be forgotten, there's something going on here that can't be, and partly it's because Russia is not a mono-ethnic state. And Russian imperial history has not been gathering Russians into the bosom of Mother Russia. It's been taking over other peoples, taking over their lands, expelling the Crimean Tatars. This is part of this move, the annexation of Crimea, was a very unique moment in Russian expansionism, which was more like Hitler, going and finding the ethnic Germans, extraterritorial Germans, and bringing them in. It's a very strange, and of course now, who's dying in the war? The Buryatia and the non-ethnic Russians are there. So I think the analogy is interesting, and we need to kind of take it into account, but the dynamic is very different. And the dynamic and the contrast between the way Europeans are reacting to it, I think, is a symbol of the difference.
Even today, Serbia is the most multi-ethnic state in the Balkans. Yeah. It is a nation that was gathering others to live in serfdom. And in both cases, the Serbs and the Russians are defending the West against itself, against its worst qualities, its weakness, whatever, except that Putin has lost hope.
You think that Putin wants to raise up other people? Is that what you think?
This is what Russian...
No, I'm not asking about your ideas of mythic Russia. Is that what Putin wants to do?
Okay, he's using a structure that's been already there to further his own goals. Putin is about Putin the way that Milosevic is about Milosevic. But both grow out of something.
Yes, thank you. I'm Karolina Wigura. So I have been listening and thinking that apart from many things that this war has been throughout the past 1.5 years, was that it was a learning process. It was a learning process in a way in which the definition of this war, along with the expectations coming from the definition, were exported from East Central Europe to the West. So to make this story very brief, East Central Europe from the very beginning didn't think this war is an event. We thought it has been a process. It didn't start in Kiev or in Crimea, it started in Chechnya. Then it went along to Georgia, through Crimea, Donetsk, and then to full-scale war in Ukraine. Now from this different definition, also different expectations come. Like, for example, it doesn't have any sense to save Putin's face. The only sense is to bring Russia at least back to 1991, at least to 1991. Although I think there are also quite radical expectations to bring Russia to Germany's 1945. Okay, so this has been a learning process, and the fact that the West has learned or is learning is, for example, proved by the recent Macron's statement in Bratislava, where he really speaks with Eastern European voice, or with Mr. Scholz screaming yet again at a rally. But what he says is actually a repetition of the Eastern Central Europeans, what they say. Now, this knowledge of East Central Europe is obviously coming from experience. I would say it's coming from the trauma of what Sándor Márai once formulated by saying that those bunch of small countries between two empires, they just cannot expect that anyone would listen to them or take them into account. So they have this knowledge, they have the trauma of recurring Russian and not only Russian imperialism, and this is what they are exporting. And here comes the question eventually. So has the light, to use your title, the title of your book, has the light returned to East Central Europe? Or is the region delusional again, thinking that it might make a difference, contrary to the forces of the empires and the logic of history, that its deepest experience?
I'll try my answer, and then, listen, if you go on the opinion polls, not on what the governments do, and if you see the map, you're going to be surprised that as a result of this war, Eastern Europe does not exist. There are countries that have been part of the Russian Empire, not Soviet. Poland and the Baltic republics, that see this war as their war, 1-to-1. It's existential threat. By the way, when you go on opinion polling, you ask what you fear, they fear occupation. And then you see Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians, strangely enough, that have been much more part of the Ottoman place. Their governments are going to give support to Ukraine. Their population is ambivalent. It's not that they're pro-Russian. It's much more. There is much more mistrust in the West. Both sides are equally responsible. And then you have the Habsburgs. And they're in the middle. Why this is important? Because suddenly, as a result of this war, the communist period disappeared in its centrality. Cold War disappeared, imperial history came back. Old continental empires that started to disintegrate after World War I, or even before it in the case of the Ottoman Empire, for sure. Secondly, what is interesting is, and this is very clear in the relations between Ukrainians and the rest of non-Western world, is that while East Europeans, we always knew that we were colonized. And Kapuscinski is the best example of this. He'll go to every anti-colonial revolution in Africa and saying, I can cover you best because I have been colonized for years. For people outside of Europe, you cannot be white and colonized at the same time. And this is why the non-Western nations, for many other reasons, I mean also the publics, not simply the government, didn't buy the colonization story, which is a real story. It is a colonial war on the Russian side. This is true. But in order, the very definition of what it means to be colonized in the post-colonial discourse go with race. And basically they said, you cannot be colonized. And you cannot be basically claiming anti-colonial legitimacy if you're supported by the French, by the Brits, by the Americans, full stop. And interestingly enough, before going to Stephen, the major rhetoric position of the Russians is, we are fighting anti-colonial war against the really existing empire in the world, and this is the United States and its allies. So part of the paradox of the situation is that rhetorically, everybody is mirroring each other. Russians are calling Ukrainians Nazi, while basically the Ukrainians said nobody was destroyed us in the way only Nazis like Russians are doing today. By the way, who was one of the mediators? The state of Israel, basically mediating between two states that accuse of each other of being Nazi. And both of them are fighting anti-colonial wars. And our major argument in the book is that in this world where identity politics and not ideological politics or simply realpolitik is shaping it, the real fight is to force others to view you in the way you are viewing yourself. To bring you to live in his world. Everybody is trying to bring others to live in the world in which he wants.
I'm interested in something you brought up there, the relation between this war and the Chechen wars, and also the Syrian wars, and the using of the same violence, not against those who could possibly join you, but against those who you think are betraying you in some way. But it's the same violence, it's the same activity. They used to say that the real crime of Hitler was to use the same techniques that Europeans have been using on Africa against other Europeans. But I don't know that that's a fair way of talking about what Putin is doing. Is there a greater resentment of what he's doing because it's against white people? Do you think that's part of...
My story, exactly. My story is just the opposite. I was saying that this is why, otherwise for East Europeans, a very legitimate argument, it is colonial war. It didn't work with the rest of the world. You go to India, you go to Latin America, and they're not ready to basically, because also they believe that, and this is interesting, it's also geographical envy. First, why when this killing happens in Europe, it's more important than happening anywhere else? And why Russia is so exceptional? Is Russia not doing what Americans have been doing before, what the Brits were doing, and so on?
What about her?
Yeah, and this is this type of a story. And I do believe this is kind of an interesting way to understand why this is really reshaping the identity of all players, the Russians, the Ukrainians, but also the Europeans. Because speaking in a much more narrow terms, all major assumptions on which European security was based were destroyed by this war. Economic interdependence is a major source of security. By the way, Nord Stream 2 was meant to be a security project, not a commercial project. It didn't work in the way we expected. Military power doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. Then basically the idea of European sovereignty, and this is very much what Carolina was saying. I saw Macron in Bratislava, and we talked for a while. And he made the following simple statement. The only way for the Europeans to get sovereignty and to liberate themselves from the United States if Russia is going to be totally defeated. Because threatening Russia, is he right or wrong, it doesn't matter. But my idea is when you try to see why people are seeing certain things, they can say it for very different reasons, staying on the same position. The reason Macron wants Russia defeated is not the same that Poland was Russia defeated, and the idea of the defeat is probably not the same.
Okay, I have 5 more questions on the list, and I would close it afterwards. So, you next.
Eva Atanasov, Bard College, Berlin. Thank you for this. Maybe I'll follow up on Carolina's first and ask, do you expect the notion of colonial and post-colonial to change as a result of this war? It's interesting because that's actually a discourse that was shaped by the Soviet Union big time, very much with the design of not falling under the category of colonial empire. Are we seeing potential change of that? But my own question was more related to your book. Is this war changing in any way the kind of analytical and geopolitical landscape that you painted in the book? And I'm thinking about a moment in it where you talk about the United States being the unique supplier of security and political values. Are we seeing the forging of new political, or the effort of forging new political values, a really multipolar world coming into being where identities are going to become anything more real than they have been? Thank you.
So, although it's true that many countries in the global south, or however you want to use, what category you want to use, are not accepting the American narrative of democracy versus authoritarianism, or this is an imperial war by Russians. It's also true that they're not accepting the Russian narrative either, or the Chinese narrative either. Many, India, for example, because Russia is weak, you can get a very good deal with them. You're not doing it because you're submitting to the superiority, or thinking that Indian freedom means we must honor Bucha as a kind of the way to the future or something. I think that's not true. And the big example of this is Kazakhstan. Because the Kazakhs, traditionally under Moscow, have broken. They resisted. They didn't denounce Prigozhin. Isn't that right? So I think looking at the Kazakhs as part of your middle power shows you that there is no global narrative that people are accepting. And part of what you mean by the rise of the middle powers is not that they're siding with one side or another, but they're benefiting from the fact that there's a fragmentation. So I think definitely the period we discussed in the book, which was the 2010s, let's say, in which there was an idea of liberal hegemony and the American liberal order was dominant and there was resentment against that. We're in a different space right now. That's a different place. So you can blame it.
Totally. And at least my major argument is the following. The United States and President Biden believed that you can bet on polarization for very good reasons, because of China being much more powerful and so on. But at least, and here, my feeling is that what we're going to see is something totally different. Contagious activism of the middle powers, which are very much in this identity politics. India coming with their map of the world and doing things, this is not a non-alignment movement. This is not countries that are going to work together. They're going to compete with each other in this identity politics. Turks, but all of them has one thing in common. They cannot stay still. They're going to be active in a very different directions. They're trying to assert themselves. They're going to speak sovereignty. They're neither going to democracy or they're going to speak authoritarianism. And they're going to be very flexible in their coalition relations. For example, India sides with the United States when it comes to China, but on the other side, on Russia, they said, listen, this is not interesting, because in our understanding of the world, we need Russia. By the way, Russia, before this war, was very careful to side with China in Europe, but when it goes to Asia, to say to the Indians, listen, we are not married to the Chinese. We are dating, but this is friendship with benefits. So from this point of view, we're going to see a lot of this. So I do believe fragmentation is going to be more important than polarization. And in different regions of the world, it's going to be different. Here, Europe is much more polarized because of Russia. But in other places, you're going to see this happening. And this is why, for us, it's also very important that trying to reduce foreign policy to economic interest is not going to work. Identity politics does not exclude economic interests, but not explain. If economy was the most important thing, Putin should not have started the war. And also, funnily enough, and this is my last on this, when we were talking that this is a very corrupt regime, and when we have all this story about how corrupt Putin was and this, and he is, by the way, the problem is that we are saying this was a reassuring statement. Because if he's so corrupt, he cares about money, so he's like us, so he's living in our world. Probably it's kind of not in the world we want him to live. Suddenly it appeared that he's very much corrupt, but this is not what is going to shape his policies. And now the real issue is all these countries are going to be shaped by different things.
Just a footnote on the idea of the power of economics, dominance of economics. Inequality has different forms. Well, some of them are very economic. Others, like urban, rural, and educated, uneducated, which are dominating the rise of irrational politics and politics of resentment, they're rooted in inequality, but they can't be reduced to market forces or something. Neoliberalism. I mean, well, part of the book that you mentioned, we had two kinds of general claims we were avoiding. One was that the irrationality and violence that are erupting were not rooted in DNA of countries, that they were naturally, in other words, we rejected the analysis that says what's happening now is happening because it reminds us of what used to happen. That is, replacing causality by analogy. That's a very poor form, and rejecting the idea that neoliberalism causes everything wrong with the world. That's a very, it has something to it, but our analysis is much more based on political psychology, which is categories like disgust, resentment, and so on, play a large part in the way we're seeing things. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, yeah, I like the fact you, in fact, put a kind of rationality to Putin's behavior. When I remember for many months, people were discussing whether he was just crazy or he was having an advanced disease of senility and so on. And so I wanted to know, because you started a bit like this, is this a claim about political psychology of a leader? It sounded like that, the idea that Putin wanted to leave a legacy of an identitarian kind. So that was my first question. Is this a piece of political psychology? If it is, it's fine. I just wanted to understand the nature of your argument because it sounded like that. Then I you know, as a social scientist, I like parsimonious explanations. The most parsimonious explanations are the most economical, the one that demand the least explanations. So if it is identitarian, why not, instead of going to war, why not do cultural festivals, renovate the cultural language, Russian literature, you know, change the school curricula, whatever you want to, however you want to call it. I mean, I think where I was having difficulties is that we usually associate identity politics with precisely a closing up of the boundaries of, you know, of your group, saying, I am this and you are that, and we have. Now, with the Ukrainians, everybody knows that a good portion of the Ukrainians are pro-European. So it would be, in fact, a very strange move to, in order to reinforce your Russian identity, to run the risk to dilute it with people who are pro-European. I don't understand if that is the thing. I don't understand the move. So, and finally, could it be that motivation, since you frame your talk as a talk in motivation, could it be that it is split, multiple, ambivalent, that it has territorial interests, sheer interests, as well as hatred of Europe, as well as identity? I don't know. I mean, you get the gist.
So rational, irrational is a spectrum. It's not a flicking a switch. So So to say Putin is irrational or irrational, I think that's the wrong way to ask the question. And definitely, if you're saying that there's could be true. You could say this about Iran. People are worried about those who are inculcating Western values into the youth. So the problem is, are the youth being captured? Are they being taken away? You have to prevent this. What do? You're a 70-year-old man. And he said this after the Crimea. At some point, I will not be here, but Crimea will always be Russian. So now he's facing this problem. And I think aging dictators have this worry. What's going to happen? How do they see the future? So creating a new Iron Curtain, that doesn't, why would you do that? Instead of he's burning the bridges. Ukraine could have been a bridge between the West and Russia. It could have been a place of communication and an intermediary stage. But he didn't want that. He wants a sharp line, like he had in Dresden, where there was a checkpoint Charlie or whatever it was. There was a border, and it was a confrontation between two systems. And I think, who knows if this is the correct answer, but it's hard to explain why he's burning down a country just because. Why is he doing this? You could say, well, he thought he was going to take over Kiev and the Ukrainians would love him and it would be all fine. And now all he's doing is saving face. So that's one argument that people use. But there's something else going on here. The bitterness, this could be what Kostik is saying, the anger, the desire to destroy, which doesn't seem to have an end. What's the end game? What's he trying to achieve now? Where's he going? He's not winning Ukrainians to his side. That's not what's going to happen. So what is all of this killing going to for him? And the only sense I have is he's trying to it's a violent decoupling. And I think that may be a good metaphor for a lot of things that are happening in the world, maybe due to what Eva was talking about at the beginning of the conference, this kind of drive for connectivity everywhere, connectivity, and violent separations. He wants the separation. Now, all the factors that lead him to that, anyway, that's the best I think I could do right now.
Listen, for us, when we're using this kind of a story with Russia, was not so much to explain only what, rightly or wrongly, what we see. We do believe it tells us something of the world to come. And of course, this is the major claim, and of course, probably the major vulnerability. You can always reduce why Russia plays important role. To be honest, for the same reason Israel and Ireland played, and this is why I like so much. This is a very special case because we have an identity in making, and this was my major argument of a late-coming nationalism of a post-imperial state. Listen, President Yeltsin was organizing festivals. They have a national program, and by the way, President Putin's wife was about literature. But in a certain way, what he did, and he spent his COVID period reading. He was asking archives to be brought to him. He wrote this famous July essay, Why the Russians and Ukrainians are the Same People, by himself. By the way, this when somebody of his advisors told me he wrote every word by himself, I knew that the war is coming. Because he believes that there is natural identities, that there is a historical fixing, that there is Russians in the world, and they're non-Russians, and they're French, and so on. And this cannot be just changed in the way we believed, but at the same time, there is a Western project of burning everything. And this is imperial project. And one of the importance about this war is it started as a special operation. He didn't lie about this. And the aim of the special operation was to create a crisis in Kiev because of the early military losses, which is going to bring a national unity government in Kiev, which is going to be dominated by Russians. This was going to be this. It didn't work. In the beginning, he was not destroying infrastructure. In the beginning, he destroyed only military-industrial complex because he believes that his people are going to run the place. And then it didn't work. And then Ukrainians resisted. And by the way, this is when also Europeans were waking up to the power of defensive nationalism, when you see a country which till yesterday you are claiming that they are totally dysfunctional, fighting, volunteering, and not simply having will, but the capacity to resist. They resisted, they stayed, they defended. And as a result of it now, he changed the goal. He's not fighting Ukraine anymore. He's fighting Western hegemony. Western hegemony should be broken in Ukraine. He does not believe anymore that Ukrainians are going to be Russians. So when he's saying that the West is fighting him, it's true. He wants this war to end in the American elections. He wants basically America to vote against its own imperial project. So from this point of view, for the Ukrainians, it's about Ukraine. For him, this is about international order in the way he understands it. And this is why it's so asymmetrical war. It's so difficult to understand why they're doing this or that, why in the beginning they have been attacking, and why now they're basically just waiting and trying to defend certain positions and so on.
Just another paradox. While he's trying to detach Russia from the West, he talks like a commentator on Fox News. I mean, this using the language of American culture wars. He was attacking the Church of England because they discussed the possibility of a gender-neutral God. That was something that was really a violent attack on his understanding that there's a difference between them.
The lady in the last row there. Yeah, right.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want to protect us from fear and anxiety, because all the ideas of Putin, as he's an European himself, are European. Mass murder, colonialism, robbery of children, and so on and so forth. So don't build up a big, big, big enemy which is not in ourselves. So it's not hard to understand Putin. We can read his speeches, and he wants to go back to the First World War, and he wants to withdraw the Soviet Union ideology. This is his aim. This is his aim, and we call this the Pan-Slavic movement. And this was definitely the same with Serbia. And yes, I highly recommend to dive into the liturgy and the whole messianic history of Orthodox churches, whether this is Ukrainian or Russian. And don't forget, we had a schism between the two churches when this all began.
I'm going to touch on one of very important points that you have made, and this is when basically he started his full-fledged war. People start talking that he wants to restore Soviet Union, and this is the most kind of, in my view, misleading analogy. If you have been listening carefully to his speech on the February 22nd, this was this important moment of break between the Russian and the Soviet. He said, Russians are the major victims of the Soviet Union, talking about identity and victimhood. By the way, in the modern world, in order to have an identity, you should be a victim. And this is, by the way, the American problem. Because, and as a result, secondly, what was critically important, he also said something that was very important. He was talking not as a red colonel, which everybody believed he was, but as a white general. And by the way, he was reading quite a lot of Denikin memoirs and others. So this is a different imperial project than the Soviet one. And from this point of view, this is quite important because the most tragic figure in this war was an old Ukrainian lady who met with the Soviet flag, the coming Russian troops. She believes that they're the Soviet troops coming back, but this was not the Soviet troops. And from this point of view, this was such a different story. And this is why it explains something that otherwise is never going to be explained. During the Cold War, if somebody is going to run out of the Soviet Union as a political opponent of the regime, he's going to be immediately welcomed, and every podium is going to be given to him. Be it Solzhenitsyn, which some people liked, and I'm even not touching basically on some of the more important figures, because the story was what really matters was a personal choice. He decided to be like us. Every person who basically left Soviet Union was a proof that the West was right. Now we have a problem with the Russians leaving Russia. We don't know what to do with that. and we don't know how to treat them. And this is a real tendency. Why? Exactly because of the identity politics. Because it's a different logic. Because the Ukrainians said, listen, we try to build an identity which is very different than the Russian one, and we cannot tolerate basically any mixing. One of the most important, and not the most glorious document, unfortunately, was an article which the head of the presidential administration, Yermak, wrote after the 3 human rights organizations got together the Nobel Prize. The Russian, the Belarusians, and the Ukrainian. And he said, this is a scandal. And listen, this is a scandal from the identity politics. From the ideological politics of view, it was a triumph because they stayed together. And I do believe if we're not going to see these differences, I'm not strong on the church side. You are making a very important point, but keep in mind, in the Orthodox Church, and I have been baptized Orthodox, and this is the difference. Do you know what is the difference between the Catholics and the Orthodox? Catholics basically pray to God. We pray to whom it may concern. But this is a joke. But what is important is all Orthodox churches, with the exception of Russian before, have been national churches, Bulgarian church, and so on and so on. So Caesaropapism was what it is. So the Ukrainians made a claim, which is typical for all of us. To have a nation state of your own, you should have your own Orthodox church. And listen, the Russian patriarch is more sinful than Putin himself. He blessed Russian troops to kill people that have been part of his church, officially. Listen, if you think in religious terms, if you really think in terms of the Christian community, he did something that is, in a way, much more sinful than anything that you can imagine. But
so just a couple of
let's
points.
Let's get to the Protestants on that.
Oh, yes, exactly. The Protestants have to have a voice. So a couple important differences that are, in a way, frightening between the situation today and the Cold War. So the Cold War was a war between the 2 winners of World War II, who were confident that they owned the future. And in a sense, that subsidized the peace, because you could wait. So Putin is impatient. Can't wait. And there's a danger. I don't know if you've did you read the Karaganov thing that he wrote last week? So, and several, and Dmitry Trenin also said the same thing. We have got to consider very seriously using a nuclear weapon on a major European city to prove to the Europeans that Americans do not believe in Article 5. We're going to show them. Now, of course, this is a way of frightening people, but still, even talking this way is a sign of a kind of instability in the situation. And then on your point about welcoming people, of course, communism was attractive in the West. When you're anti-communism was America's national philosophy, in a way, because it was communism was attractive. And this Putinism is attractive where? To whom? So it's a very different dynamic. But I think the danger, this way of talking casually about nuclear weapons, when you know that people who make decisions or have to make them in a few minutes on the basis of fragmentary information, in the middle of the night, you should make sure that nobody thinks it's possible. So I think that's the recklessness of talking this way is a kind of almost apocalyptically hideous.
Just to touch on this really 2 sentences. This is very important because during the Cold War there were 2 things that were keeping East-West together, nevertheless, of everything. One was the shared memory of the World War II. When the Soviets and the West has nothing to talk about, they talk about Nazis. There was a common language. This common language was destroyed by the Russians by using the Nazis and talking about the Ukrainians. And the second was the nuclear was called the unspeakable.
Yeah.
Everybody knows how many you have. Everybody knows what's going to happen. But starting with the late 1950s, have you seen basically Soviet leader going and saying we can use this? This was something that you are not talking about. Suddenly, the nuclear silence and the shared victory in the World War II has disappeared, and we don't have a common language anymore.
For the sake of time, I'd like to take the last 2 questions together. It's first Benny and then Phil.
Thank you, and super briefly, and thank you, Stephen and Ivan. Ivan, you noted a moment ago that we don't know how to treat the Russians right now, especially Russians in Europe. I worry that the level of resentment on the side of Ukrainians, when all the promises and pledges over these last few years, we are all Ukrainians now, every, from Pisa to Prague to Paris, there's a Ukrainian flag hanging outside. People say Ukrainians are the most Europeans, on the continent. When this war ends, and there's likely a frozen conflict, when the war ends, and there's likely some kind of frozen conflict, maybe Ukraine gets into NATO, but I think EU is a chimera, most likely. The money for reconstruction really doesn't show up. Ukraine becomes a kind of securitized state that in some ways makes Israel look like Costa Rica. It's going to be a very militarized, securitized state with quislings and fifth columns everywhere. And Ukraine is basically forgotten. The level of resentment on the part of Ukrainians is going to be profound. And I'm not sure anyone is thinking about the day after. Just curious, any thoughts?
Who's next?
Thank you. So I'm going to ask you a sort of philosopher's question about this, and it's really the dual or the flip side of Eva's question. Eva was worried about by the following kind of thing: what would you do if you were really moved by identity? And she suggested you would do different things. What I'm going to suggest is actually that there are lots of things to be explained here. Putin's original decision to go to war, his decision to commit certain kinds of troops in certain kinds of places, his decision to use some weapons rather than others, his decision to continue after it proved much more difficult than he'd have thought. Here's a sort of guiding idea. It seems to me identity is too slender to do all of this work. I'm an explanatory pluralist. And I would like to encourage you to write a book that was explicitly explanatorily pluralistic and didn't say, this is a war, this is an identity war rather than an ideological war or an economic war or a war generated by fears of security. I mean, all sorts of considerations come into play here. And I mean, I think my own studies of historical explanations of various kinds of major events have convinced me that the stories have to be radically pluralistic. So this is a sort of an encouragement. Why do you think you have to opt for calling it one thing rather than another?
Philip, Tocqueville said it very nicely. He said, if you don't exaggerate, no one can remember what you said. So I think this is an important principle of writing a book. But basically, it's the essay that Putin wrote before. It isn't just what happens afterward. He wrote before. This is an identity question. The Ukrainians are Russians. They're going to have to admit it. They didn't admit it. But the motivation, I don't see that you need to change his initial idea, which is Ukrainians are Russians, which is an identity question. That's not economic. That's not strategic. That's not security. But of course, you're right. Yeah. Many other factors. I mean,
First of all, I very much agree. And listen, we are much more foxes than we pretend, basically, to have one explanation. Our idea was that policy is what governments are doing, but also how they're justifying of what they're doing. And then for us it's important why the justification went on the level very much of identity and not ideological justice. He had different options to basically talk and justify it. And for us it's interesting to what extent it's a Russia-specific, or to what extent we're seeing a major transformation of international politics. To be honest, this is what interests us, because Turkey is doing one thing, India is doing certain things. So the story is something has changed? Is it simply the state interest in the way that can be defined in a classical security terms in the realist school? Is this ideological politics and the nature of the regime, which is a very also important school of thought? We said probably we're seeing something different. But it is not different in the sense that you have identity politics as clash of civilization, but it is exactly because of weak identities and so on, we have a certain type of political actions. But otherwise, explaining why the Russians are doing this and that, for sure, it is not identity politics that is running their military strategy. And for sure, there are many other things that motivate. On the question of Lenny, and then Stephen is going to end up. Listen, it's a great question. It's always true. What I'm afraid of is three things. One is migration. If you're going to have a prolonged war, all these people who left the country, many of them are not going to come back. And the biggest problem for any reconstruction is the lack of people. You cannot imagine, this is a countries that have been bleeding up demographically even before. So secondly, you see the Ukrainian unity, which is, by the way, I came from Kiev just last week. It's real. Listen, people feel that they're living in a special momentum. This is not a propaganda. You talk to people and this is something special. But at the same time, there is many divides which are going to come back. Those who volunteered for the army and those who decided to stay back. Those who left the country and that they stayed there. How people behaved in all this. Do you know that 15 million Ukrainians are not living where they lived on the first day of war? Can you imagine what happened with the economic geography of the country? Basically, the industrial east was destroyed, but many of the production moved to the western Ukraine, so everything is changing. History, geography, language. It is a totally new nation, and it's going to be very, very challenging. Resentment is already here. Because, listen, why we get so much unity, and this is my last point, because there was a miracle. The fact that the Americans were great to know what Russians will do. American intelligence rehabilitated themselves for anything that happened in Afghanistan, and they were great. But how Ukrainians and how long the Ukrainians are going to survive, here Europeans and Americans were not very far away. What many people don't know is that the major reasons for the Americans not to give advanced weapons to the Ukrainians was that they fear it's going to be captured by the Russians when in 6 weeks they're going to take it. So from this point of view, there was the miracle of a last year autumn offensive of the Ukrainians that makes Europeans sad something is happening. As a result of it, we created totally unrealistic over-expectations of what can happen. Listen, even if the counteroffensive works in the way, at least I want, this is not the end of the war. And from this point of view, this is the biggest issue. But let's go to Steve.
Well, I think that's a good answer as any that I can give. You're looking into the future farther than I can see. I think this is we're so surprised by what's happened. I think there is a general agreement on both the Russian and the Western American side, the European side, that there can't be any more buffer states, that there has to be, there's a choice, there's going to be a frontier between the two worlds. So I don't think Ukrainians can be left alone. But you're saying it can be just military forces, militarized, and maybe with Reconstruction being highly corrupt. That's very possible. I wish we were there already. It's so horrible now. This country has been so destroyed. Although you say Kiev doesn't feel this way particularly, but there's so much destruction that yes, even getting even to that place, which sounds like a dystopia, would be something we could wish for.
For a great deal longer. We can't. The other thing that we can't do, I'm unhappy to announce, is take a break, because those of us who are guests, official guests of the conference, have a barbecue that is about to burn if we don't go straight to Carey's talk. I know, I want to break as much as everybody does. We'll have a brief fish talk from Carey, and then I'd suggest that will, we can talk about it. Unfortunately, some people had to leave early, so there won't be that many of us. So unlike last night when we all wanted to talk about Finton's talk and couldn't fit around a table together, I think we'll have a time to talk about Carey's later. So Carey Harrison is so many things, only a very few of which are listed in our brochure. Officially, he's a professor of literature at the City College of New York. He's also the author of 16 novels. I have not read all of them, and one of the reasons I haven't is I'm saving one because I can't stand to finish that particular quartet, which was the first thing I read of Carey's. He's also written hundreds of plays and radio plays, and he is finally a member of the board of the Einstein Forum, and I'd like to ask him to close our conferences because even when people are tired, he usually closes with a bang.
Well, I've been here before, guys, with the exhausted few at the end of the conference. This is well known to me, but thank you for staying, and thank you, Susan, for inviting me yet again to close the events. And now for something completely different. Believe me, it is going to be completely different. As you know from my bio, I'm not even a proper professor. I'm a professor of humor. And which is to say, I'm actually not a thinker, as most of you are, most of the people here on the board and at the conference are. I'm a novelist. And can't someone be a thinker and a novelist? No. No. Not seriously, you might think so, but the answer is no. Because I could be a thinker, but it's not the thinker that writes the novels. It's not even me that writes the novels. They, mercifully, God bless them, write me. So it belongs to a very different category of enterprise from all of you, except for, is Daniel the novelist still here?
Daniel and Ava Manassa and James Wood, who isn't here.
James, who isn't here. No, I don't think you're a novelist until you've written a dozen of them. So I'm sorry. Anyway, to begin, when I heard about the title of this conference, I fixated on the idea of a turning point rather than of turmoil. And I couldn't find a turning point in our life now that I believed in as a turning point, a possible turning point. Climate, could we turn it back this year? Maybe that would be a turning point, all right. But I couldn't find one, and I couldn't quite understand why. And this morning I thought, oh, it's because there are no turning points in my own life. And I thought, well, that kind of makes sense. I started my first novel when I was 10. Beat that. So 60 years later, still working at it. And there's no turning point in that sense in my professional life. And in a way, no turning point in my political life. I think I probably was a socialist at 3. Daniel can tell us because he has a 3-year-old right here who we could ask. The truth is that, of course, children are born anarchists, not socialists, so it takes a while. So I was going to say, I had it all prepared. I had a whole talk prepared about why turning points are an illusion. And I did the thing that I always want to do, and I'm sure you all always want to do, which is threw out my notes. Now, normally this is a disaster, and it may yet be proved to be so in this case, but that's what I did, because suddenly, today, in the middle of the day, came a shocking anamnesis. The return of the repressed. And a turning point can consist of things that do not happen as much as things that do. So you will see what this return was. Susan is a big part of it. Don't tempt me. 1 year coming back from Caput, after the board meeting, Susan said, when did you leave the Communist Party? It's a little like, when did you stop beating your wife, isn't it? It's one of but not in this case. And the answer was never. Which was greatly appreciated by Susan. But it's more complicated because you know from my bio that there is no more Communist Party of Great Britain. I don't know when they disbanded. I never got the memo because I hadn't been paying my dues. It was a complicated landscape politically when I was young. There was a Communist Party of Great Britain and something called the Communist Party of Britain. It was never clear to me which one you wanted to belong to and why. And now that the CPGB is gone, I wonder whether the CPB has inherited all the orphans abandoned by the CPGB, but I still haven't paid my dues. So, however, this story begins with joining the Communist Party, and you might well wonder why. It's a shameful story, really. It's very much like the story of my first amour. I was walking out with a friend of this lady, who I discovered was adored by a good friend of mine, and so I looked back at this person who he adored, and I thought, yeah, wait a minute. And this has been my whole life. I need somebody else to order at the bar before me, and then I can order the same thing, order the same food. I need someone else to go first. I would have been a natural tyrant because somebody would always have to have tasted the food before I did. Anyway, in this case, a friend of mine joined the party, and I thought, well, that's a good idea. And I joined as well. And soon I was hauled off into something which I hadn't expected, which was that my wife and I were both asked to become members of a fighting unit called the London Recruits. And this was all of us communists, as were the founders in South Africa of this unit, which was to combat apartheid and all its evils, and we were tested by being brought to Joe Slovo, which those of you who know anything about the story of resistance in South Africa will know. He was the kingpin, and he approved us. I'm not sure why. I think it's just as two willing fools in their 20s who were prepared to say, yes, I'll go. And I cannot, alas, have not got the time. I'm available later for further descriptions of the adventures that we had, highly comical, and which we survived, as did not quite a few of our comrades who were captured and tortured or killed. So we survived it somehow. I remember spending some sleepless nights when our mentor, our guide, let's call him Ronnie. That's a bit stupid because his name is Ronnie, but I wouldn't have made much of a spy, it seems to me. And Ronnie said, well, yes, they might give you a little roughing up, and then when you wind up in prison with you, there'll be a whole lot of grand group of chaps. Not fish and chips, but chaps. And so that was what we had to look forward to, which mercifully we never had to test that. And at the time, a 14-year sentence seemed like huge forever. Looking back, it was just nothing. We could have survived it and moved on. However, luckily we were never captured. And one day I was called by Ronnie to a meeting. Our meetings were usually in parks where we could not be mic'd, we could not be overheard. And this was in the Tottenham Court Road on a sunny Saturday afternoon, and as we walked along, presumably planning some future mission, he asked if I would be prepared to kill for the cause. And that was really my turning point, and it's the one that why I keep forgetting it, is because how completely my life might have changed had I said yes. And I said no for none of the sane, usual reasons that you might say no to becoming an assassin. And by the way, I know a professional assassin personally, not a mafia hitman, an Italian who assassinates for money, no more than one a year, but an extremely interesting man and an extremely interesting person to know to whom you can ask, so what's it like when you're planning a hit? So I said no, not because I didn't want to kill a man and kill a stranger, an evil man I was quite willing to kill. I was willing and ready to kill when I was 10. The same year, you remember, when I became a novelist. If I, age 10, saw another child being bullied, I had to be pulled off the bully by at least one adult, probably two, before I killed him. And I don't know where that rage came from. Not from having been bullied myself, but it was inherent in me. So murder didn't alarm me at all. I don't know whether any of you feel, thinking of yourself put in my position, asked if you would kill for an excellent cause, that you would think, I'm not sure about the actual killing. Well, I was quite sure that I would have a gun with a silencer. I would approach my victim. I hadn't been told who my victim was. I would approach him in a crowd, in a crowd of shoppers. I would bring out the gun, apply it to his head, fire, drop the gun, and walk away. And I was absolutely certain, and am to this day, that I could have done that. So I had no scruples about killing. In fact, I was really delighted to be offered the chance to do something that had been in my heart all my life. And it was a strange reason for which I didn't do it. Had Ronnie brought out a little dossier which described the evil of my target. I mean, a torturer would have been perfect, I think. Had he described a torturer, I think I would have just been on the next boat and gone and done it. But the problem, he didn't do that. So he refused to specify. And when he said, will you kill someone for us? Obviously, I immediately said, who? And he said, I can't tell you that. So I said, why? What is this? I can't tell you that. When? Right away. Oh yeah? Where? In South Africa. So, but he wouldn't tell me the details of it, which inclines me to believe, though I've never asked him after all these years, I could ask him any time, was there a real person, or was this just, as I suspect, a stage of recruitment? I'd done missions which were dangerous, but then turned out not to be fatal because we were not caught. But I had never considered assassinating anybody for the cause. And so maybe I was just supposed to say yes. I've often thought that was the case. I should have just said yes. And then if I was offered a specific target, what would they do if I said, oh, I've changed my mind. I don't think I want to do it. So it might have been wiser. This kind of a meeting, I can imagine, could have taken place in a Graham Greene novel, perhaps more easily than in Le Carre. I actually believe that Graham Greene could have killed somebody and continued with his life, which I don't think Le Carre could have done. And my problem was, suppose I said yes, and the assignation was made, and I went ahead and committed the crime, the murder, successfully, and got away. What then? That was my concern, absurdly, because what I worried about was, how do I come back to be a middle-class novelist? What is my life if I'm a middle-class novelist who, at one moment in his life, went to South Africa and killed somebody? It didn't work for me, that, because I knew, and I think it would have worked for Graham Greene, who maybe did exactly this, for all we know. It wouldn't have worked for Le Carre, and it wouldn't have worked for me, because I know that what I would have needed to do was move to South Africa. I would have needed to become part of the movement I couldn't have walked away from it. And the problem with it was that although this was a wonderful cause, a cause I would have been happy to die for, and would still be happy to die for, and content to kill for, but it was not my cause, and so to marry it as a cause, which is what my assassin's role would have done in my heart, that I couldn't do. So, so Mandela was still in jail at this point, and I could foresee a future for myself in a post-apartheid world. I could not foresee Jacob Zuma. One of the things about revolution is that there is no hope as blind as revolutionary hope. As revolutionary hope, because you truly believe if you're involved in a revolution where there is some real cost, some real danger, and people around you are dying, you believe that you are forging a new humanity. You believe in the heroes with whom you have made common cause. You forget that people are still just people, and then you're shocked, as I think most of us were and perhaps still are, to find that humanity remains, corruption remains. You have not conquered the beast within, even if you've conquered the beast without. So that's my story, and that's my turning point, and I realized that I had one. As I'd really forgotten, I put that moment out of my mind because it's frightening to think how total the change would have been had I said yes. I had no children. I was married. We both belonged to the Communist Party. My wife would have, I think, understood that if I said, "Excuse me, dear, I'm just going off to kill somebody, and I'll be back in a week." But I had no children to betray, and could have done it, but didn't do it. And instead, here I am now with the joy of addressing you and belonging to a wonderfully brilliant and warm-hearted group of people. Nothing could be more pleasing than to be one of you. So thank you for listening to my story.
So, Carey, I think we're all glad you didn't kill anyone. I want to say the reason that I asked you that question a year or two ago is that I've always believed that I would have joined the Communist Party at a certain point, and the interesting question is, at what moment do you leave?
Yeah.
And there's so many possible moments that people left, but I know people who stayed on through, plenty of people who stayed on through the Hitler-Stalin pact, but then couldn't take whatever it was.
Yeah.
There were just many points, and so that was what I was asking you. I started to say, Carey Harrison is so many things, although we have gotten to know each other happily quite well in the, whatever it is, 7 or 8 years since we met when you were at the Wissenschaftskolleg. I know I don't know all of his stories. Thank you for telling us one of them. Thank you for telling us something completely different. I think we did. I totally disagree with you about writers and thinkers. My life
not to mention the board of the Einstein Forum, has gotten much better the more writers get added to it. So, we can argue that another time. But I really don't want to close without giving an absolutely heartfelt thanks to the Einstein Forum team. I am always delighted and proud for the small group of people who work here. Last year when we ran a conference together with an organization in Berlin that had 10 times as many staff members as we do, it became clear to me that we were master of logistics, organization, making sure that things run smoothly. In this particular case, what the team has managed to disguise is that we're radically shorthanded this year. Without secretary, so Francisca and Dominic in particular did an incredible job of pretending that they were 6 people and putting this together. So. I want to thank my wonderful board of advisors, old and new, and all the people who came along. We've managed somehow to always find people who are just great additions to the company. Thank you all for taking your time to be here, and now let's go and eat before the meat gets burned.